it so that it flushes out, right? Just like when I do oral care on an unconscious person, I put their mouth to the side so it drains, not. So I want it to drain out. This is for Nastaran. He holds the basin. He holds it for me. I lift the ear. I do the flushing. Nothing came out. I go get more. Do another flush. Dump again until I cleaned his ear. That's what happened. That's it. Super easy. It's not a big technical thing. Okay. The doctor themselves have even like more instruments to get harder stuff. Like if I couldn't get it, I would send him to the doctor's office. Okay.
Today is all about hearing and vision disorders.
I have no idea about what the quality of that is.
So the outcome for this is to demonstrate the
do not know.
In caring and supporting
you can always do it. If there's answers, you can do it, but I don't know the quality.
The structure
it's proprofs.com, so they say that it meets the NAC, but that's not necessarily. They might be saying that it's NAC
ear structure and function, hearing problems, eye structure,
may or may
structure and
be
function.
So just be careful.
Natin
I'll make a note to ask. My boss is on vacation currently, like right now this week. My faculty boss. I'm putting a note here. Ask about NAC.
The senses of sight and hearing are important for communicating, learning, moving about,
materials,
and performing activities.
So I'll see if they have any recommendations of sites to use for that as well, right?
Alerting us to danger.
By all means, you can use any study guides. When I did my nursing exam stuff, like I found a variety. I just made sure that like when I'm doing that, if I was like, I learned that the other way, I would check that book that I learned. I know that I knew it was learning from because it might have been an American question. It could have been from a different province. Like I don't, you know what I mean in that sense. Your trial stuff is literally made to match the requirements of the NACC.
Okay, what is
like
an ear disorder?
Verbatim line by line has to be administered through the programming, so we know that any content that we're getting here will line up well. But I just mean for any exteriors, you can always practice, like with the YouTubes, right? You can go to any website, you go to Sick Kids website, right? John Hopkins, anybody learn more, YouTube videos, this doctor. Just as long as you remember, come back to the Mosby level. Come through, make sure that we're reminding ourselves of what Mosby is saying, because we can get into trouble then we're writing an essay on really cool stuff that's not even in the book.
How are you?
Right? I have no idea right now.
Hello.
I hope I pronounced your name the right way. Also, did you mean the NAC? Or did you mean the upcoming quiz? Both of them I have no idea. Both I don't have any idea. I imagine that your NAC exam is all multiple choice because most standardized tests, like national board exams, those kind of things, are usually multiple choice based. My RN license exam was multiple choice. My nurse educator exam was multiple choice. When I took the MCAT, it was multiple choice. Anybody who wrote the LSAT, we have some law people. It was like, for the most part, multiple choice. No, MCAT, English, the language section, I had to write an essay. That's not true. But the rest of it was multiple choice. So, okay. I'll find out some information. I'll try my best. So, okay. Hearing loss, like I said, effects of hearing impairment. Signs can vary. Signs and symptoms can vary. Some people who have partial hearing loss, like partners who then use their partial hearing loss to pretend that they can't hear you, ask to do the lawn or the dishes. That signs and symptoms may vary, but there may be a psychological piece involved as well. All right, but no, the reality of hearing loss is that it does vary. Signs and symptoms do vary. Hearing loss, it might not be super obvious. Like I said, you've gradually been having to turn that TV volume up, and now all of a sudden you realize you listen to the TV at level 50, right? Might be having some hearing loss, right? Or, you used to be able to listen at level 10, and now you need the subtitles in level 10. Whatever, but it can be gradual, might not be outright right, hey, had hearing, don't have hearing. It could be gradual, all right? Most people deny that they have a hearing problem. Literally. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. You know, the partner that doesn't hear you ask about lawn care and dishes, they definitely don't want to go get their ears checked. They're either going to get proven that they don't have hearing loss, or they're going to end up with hearing aids, and they don't want that either. So they're happy just, what do I say? Ignorance is bliss. It's all right. If you don't know, you don't know. But yeah, we see a lot of denial with gradual hearing loss, right? I'm not getting old. My hearing's not. I don't have. My hearing's fine. It's too quiet. That's the problem. You were talking the other direction. That was the problem. You were nagging me. That was the problem. But yeah, it will affect us physically. It can affect physical health. It can affect emotional health. Big time. We know that now. We're literally, that should be on our list, right? What's their emotional status right now? Social health. Maybe you don't want to go out because you can't hear. So why do you want to go to the poetry reading with your friends? It's too quiet there. Right? Changes your social. Now you're going to rock concerts because you can't hear anything. I'm joking. But they may be having spiritual issues. Maybe they can't hear at their place of worship. Right? Maybe they want to hear the songs. Maybe they want, maybe they can't hear the bells. Maybe they want, right? That could change their social and spiritual wellness. So we do also need our hearing for speech. Helps with speech. So as if I have hearing loss, there may be involvement in speech. There might be some slurring. It's possible. There might be some mispronunciation that happens. Some people with hearing loss might develop a very monotonous tone and cadence when they're talking because they don't hear the changes that are needed any longer. So everything can become, again, not everyone, that's a permanent marker box, but as I have hearing loss, I can have tone differences, and I stop using those tone differences when I'm talking, so it's very monotonous in one level. But when I speak like this, and you can see, right, you hear the engagement, you hear the important parts of this sentence. I'm able to emphasize what I need to get across. But if I just talk to you like this and I just read, hearing is needed for speech, and hearing loss may result in slurred speech. Words might be mispronounced, and some people with hearing loss have monotonous speech, and they might drop word endings. See that difference, though? There's a difference. But if it's happening gradually, they might gradually get to that monotonous. But we need that hearing to help with that emphasis, that change, the tonality of our voices. Linda?
Yeah, I was reading on page 919. There's a little box there. It says supporting Mrs. Lopez, and you had just explained what she was going through. She didn't go out anymore. She didn't go to church. She didn't do certain things just because her hearing was going. She just needed a hearing aid, right? So it's good to get it checked.
Yeah. And why do I say when you go into your client's room in the morning, morning, Linda, it's Allie. I'm your PSW today. Put those glasses on, Linda. Let's get those whatever they call them. Get you your bunny ears, ma'am. Whatever they call them. I don't care what they call them. Your ears. Some of them say my ears. Like, I'll get you your hearing aids, but they don't want them to call hearing aids. They're my ears. Okay, whatever. Let's get your ears on. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Why would you ask them how they are and how they sleep? Why would you do that if they can't hear you? How are they going to answer? No, it makes a little more sense. What note did I just rip off? Okay, not an important one. But yeah, okay. So that's why I do say it's really important that if my client has glasses and hearing aids, I want to give them to them. I can take them off when I wash behind the ear. Once we get to the bathtub room, I can remove them. Right? In the morning when I'm right, I should let them hear me. And it's like dark, it's morning, you're just waking up, what's going on? Who's this person in my room? All right. Canadian Hearing Society is, an incredible resource. I'll get you their link. They're fantastic resource. This is where I plan on, once I can fit it into remember I told you my next thing on my list is I want to learn ASL. I really want to learn sign language. It's really important for me. They offer sign language lessons for hearing people and for non-hearing people. So the Canadian Hearing Services is incredible. There's actually intervener. Those of you, I'm totally not this one. For those of you who are looking at like those random things, what they might want to do. Intervener Organization of Ontario. Where's school? Become an intervener. So they actually, you can become an intervener. And George Brown College has a diploma in becoming an intervener. I don't get any money from these people. I don't know the quality of George Brown's program, any of that kind of stuff. It's just that extra. Some of you are, maybe thinking about different ways that you want and different clients that you might want to help. We actually, there are actual intervener jobs. The system is not very accessible. It's accessible compared to other places, right? But intervener. Of course, they're going to give me Sudbury, but here you go, Sudbury. There's more in the GTA, but of course, because I'm here, it uses this, right? My GPS right there. Part-time relief intervener, $19 to $23 an hour. But you got to go get your intervener piece. But so you're not done after PSW. But if that's maybe you have a lot of people with vision loss in your family, and you've always wanted to work with people with vision loss, that might be a road that you might continue on. And get a diploma and become an intervener and work with the deafblind community. Right? Might be the right spot for some of you. Or but there are actually jobs out there, and you provide help. Here's one in Newmarket. Yeah, that's outside of Mosby's, I know, but just interesting, right? We have some really interesting jobs and supports available for people, and intervention is one of those supports, and we don't have enough people certified. We don't have enough people coming out of these programs to help, and we don't have healthcare workers who are able to communicate using sign language and stuff. So yeah, that's a little extra. Okay, hearing aids. Lots of our clients are going to have hearing aids. If you just feel like, I don't hear that well, you can go on Amazon and buy random, noise amplifiers, right? Little microphone, amplifiers, little miniature hearing aids. But if you want them fit properly, you're going to have to go to an audiologist. Particular type of doctor is going to get all of that kind of stuff. So we go see a denturist about teeth. We're going to see an audiologist about the hearing aids. There's a professional for everyone, for everything. Okay. They don't correct, right? They don't restore the issue. They don't fix that issue. They just amplify, right? They cut out background noises. They make it a little bit easier for the person to hear. Okay, they're just a microphone. We're just making it louder. We're increasing the volume. That's it. Okay, but like dentures, hearing aids are really expensive, super expensive. It's the same kind of thing. If your client, you notice they like to take their hearing aids off and put in their pocket, put a note on your paper, that Veronica, I keep watching, she keeps taking those hearing aids out. Well, if she's not going to wear them, let's put them back in her room so she doesn't lose them in the painting room or in the dining room. We put them on the tray and then we miss them, right? We can try and encourage her to have them on, but, right, But I'm going to make a note, like, this lady's going to lose them. Watch. Keep those hearing aids safe. They're very expensive. If you can't find your client, it's $5,000. If you can't find your client's hearing aids, bloody report it. Because when you report it, then what? Knowing that they're $5,000, what do you think all staff are doing then as we're doing care and baths on people? Everybody's just got eyes open for a pair of hearing aids floating around. They got lost somewhere. But if everybody knows that there's a missing pair, someone can find them. They're in the back of the bathtub room because they fell out of her pocket or something, right? But these ones, I found, communicate. We want the family to know right away as well that she doesn't have her hearing aids. Okay? When they're not in use, turn them off before you put them away so we don't run the batteries out. Batteries are expensive, they're annoying to change, and you don't have time, right? We also know that we have a lot of work to do. Part of that, work smarter. Turn things off so you don't have to run around and find batteries every shift, right? And they're expensive, and are they going to be replenished? So just turn the things off. Don't burn the battery if you can help it, okay? If you put them in incorrectly, they usually make a really loud whistling noise or really weird. Oh, you know it's not good. Once I get them in, I always ask my client, how do they feel? They know what they feel like in their ears. And if my client is cognitively impaired, I still ask them. Because maybe they say, ouch. Okay, I can do that. I can deal with ouch. But I still ask them, how does that feel? Are they in there okay? Can you hear me? All right. Don't use them when they're showering. But it's bloody nice to be able to see and hear. Go to the shower room. Then before you go in the bathtub, before you go in the shower, we'll take them off. Dry your ears and put them back on. Right? Don't make them walk around without that stuff, okay? Some people have special headphones that can do things with the sounds. Some people have special telephones to help amplify the sound, things like that. Like I said, there might be signaling devices. Remember, I said fire alarms might flash a certain color, like red, but the doorbell flashes green. So if they can see the colors, then the alarm can have different colors, right? So visually, something may vibrate. How many of you use the vibration on your phone, right? Because you don't want the sound. So you use the vibrate function. It's the same thing. If you can't hear the sound, you use the vibrate function. I know that the phone's ringing. So I might have my instruments, my apparatuses might be modified in a way that lets them vibrate. So I know that they're being used or I need to do something, right? We have tons of cool applications of things that we can use, cool technology to help. But if we don't know that's happening, we can't even try to help, right? And yet, it's still not accessible. We're still not good at accessibility, despite having this stuff, right? If you yourself suffer, or you have a family member that's got any impairments whatsoever, you can kind of realize, yeah, we do a good job, but there's a lot of room for improvement here, right? Some people have dogs. Like I said, service animals may help them. So service animals recognize the doorbell, fire alarms, those kind of things. They've been trained to recognize the sounds, so that can help with someone who's hard of hearing or having hearing loss as well. Like I said, closed captioning, even accessibility wise, Teams has the closed caption set. You can click on the 3 dots on your team and choose to turn on live captions, and it's not perfect. No one's saying it's perfect, nor is the TV, nor is YouTube's. They're not perfect. But man, like 75%, you can kind of follow along. It's helpful. It's not perfect, but it helps. So you have that ability here in Teams. It's a beautiful thing, but we've got it on our TV screens. YouTube has it embedded now. I think you can like change your Facebook settings so that when you have things muted, that it will automatically give subtitles. You know, just a little bit, right? A little bit of help. Some clients wear hearing aids, some don't. Some clients learn ASL, sign language, and as it's become more accessible, we learn that there are different styles of ASL. There's different language. that is covered in ASL. So even though ASL is a step towards accessibility, it itself is limiting because you don't know what you don't know. There's even more to it. For those of you that don't know, I'm going to sum up. We'll just go over a few minutes into the lunch hour here because I'm almost done this section completely. Sign. They now have people who are doing concerts. When you look now, the politicians, when they were doing the COVID reports and things like that, right? You see in the corner of the screen, they have someone doing sign language. So not only do you have subtitles, you have somebody doing sign language. And they even have people in concerts. Here's a. I'll show you better. We'll do it like this. It's better. Check this out. You can go to concerts now. Incredible to imagine now that we've come to a place. I mean, whatever. I don't care if you like metal music or whatever. They're at rap concerts. I've seen them everywhere, every kind of concert. That was just the first thing I could pull up out of YouTube. But wow, how does that change from an accessibility standpoint? To be able to be in that crowd and to see, and the engagement between the artists and the interpreters to bring music to an audience that has never, it hasn't happened like that before. It's just like so wonderful, exactly, empathetic, and just wonderful inclusivity to be a part of it, right? I just love that. So, I'm glad that we had just that opportunity, like just to kind of touch on interpreters and things like that, because the world is changing for us, right? Or for those with some impairments, perhaps. And I think it's wonderful. I think it's really, really wonderful. More and more, we're seeing them at, like I said, politicians, politics, different things on the television, different stuff like that. So just trying to make it inclusive. Not everyone speaks ASL, right? So I can't assume that everyone is going to use that tool. But there are people that are really going to connect to that tool, to that interpreter, to that piece of equipment, that modification. And it really makes people feel that community. Imagine feeling like you're not part of a concert, you're not thought of. Now all of a sudden, like, whoa, people are thinking about me. People are thinking about my experience. People care about me. They want me here at this concert. I'm allowed to enjoy this. It's not just for people who don't have disability. It's not just for hearing people. It's for me too. And I can be here and I can enjoy it. So really, really lovely, inclusive bit. I'm happy that I was able to share that with you. Anything last on that page, and then we'll go to lunch. Some sign language, but some don't. Encourage socialization with others. Yeah, we definitely, when we're helping clients with hearing loss, we don't want to further isolate them, right? We definitely want to try to engage them more. We want to keep them social. We want them to have that normal part, right? Because we know isolation isn't a good match for anything. Human body doesn't want that isolation. We don't want it. So we want to really encourage them to maintain those social outings, those gatherings, that psychosocial piece as an important, support. We want to do that, right? Lastly, reminder, hearing loss, we're at risk for injury. Whether we can't hear the car horn, beep, 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 get out of the street, get out of the crosswalk, right? If I can't hear the emergency vehicle siren, I can't move out of the way of the ambulance that's driving so quickly up the road. Okay, so it's not necessarily just I can't hear, so I'm going to be in a burning house. Though that is a very big risk. There are other risks, right? You don't hear the car, you don't hear the dog, you don't hear something else, right? And if you have something else going on, you might not be able to communicate well. So just in that sense, okay? Keep that in mind. Safety is key. Okay? Just because I have hearing impairment does not mean I have a cognitive deficit or a learning deficit or anything like that. So I can't assume that there's an impairment. Don't assume there's a cognitive impairment just because there's a hearing impairment. Right? I can have a PhD physician who has lack of hearing, no problem. They're still just the surgeon. They probably got some stuff to help them, but it's not affecting their fine motor skills, perhaps, right? Ooh, a cyclist almost ran down an elderly friend with a hearing aid and got mad at her. That's a tough one, right? Tough, super tough. If I was yelling at you for over a kilometer, I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's the elderly person's fault, but I'm saying get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way, and I've told you 50 times, and then you get hit. From my perspective, like I told you 50 times, you should have gotten out of the way. From her perspective, like I never knew there was a problem. It's just safety, right? It's just safety risk. Okay. Perfect. Let's
Can I just say something? You know how all these young people have these listening to their music constantly, and you know how many times I have said, if I'm on my e-bike, bicycle, but usually on the e-bike, it annoys me because I'm saying, excuse me, or I'm coming around or whatever, and they're like, la, la, blah, blah, blah. It's not good or safe to be doing that, crossing the road or. And also, yeah.
A reminder though, Linda, take the good out. That's your opinion. It's not good. Take that one out, but it's not safe. Yes.
It's not safe at all.
Because you cannot hear oncoming traffic. You can't hear the dog, the person, hey, watch out, all that.
And let's add this texting. Nothing's in yours. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to say. And when I was working downtown in the office, so we have on the escalators and the subways, on the left, you're supposed to, like, if you want to pass people. This guy is blind. I saw him often, and we're going to work, or it was probably to work because we were going up the escalator. This man was so rude, but he was blind. He almost ran me over. He said, "You're not supposed to be on the right side. If you're on the right side, you're supposed to be like walk." He was blind, but very rude.
Yeah. Well, there's another reminder. Just because people have an impairment doesn't make them nice.
Like, buddy, be nice. I mean, what could you say to him though? I did, and then one time I tripped over a stick when the person had a walking stick. I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you." And here he or she was, he doesn't see. So that was anyway. Stuff happens, right? Then you get on the subway.
Your mouth because it's like, you don't see anything, and I do, and I still.
Well, the stick was like literally 3 to 4 feet from. But anyway, just had to tell you guys that.
Yeah. No, right? It's true.
Oh.
So, but even further, just to tack on to Linda's comment about people on bicycles, you've got people running, you've got walkers, you got everybody who's got 2 bloody earbuds in. I know people, a lot of them, and some of you are guilty of this, I promise. You're on the phone all of the time with family, with stuff going on, and you have your earbuds in because you're on the phone all the time and you're having private conversation. You're at Tim Hortons, you're going everywhere, and you're in your bloody car and you're listening, you're having a conversation instead of having speakerphone in your car. You're driving your bloody car with earbuds in, having a conversation. Every skip the dishes driver that comes, every single one because they don't stop their phone. They get out of their car, they bring this gift, they give it to me, and they go back. They're on. Everyone has everyone. The guy that came last night, he's so nice. It was an older guy. So, it wasn't last night. I don't know. It was the other guy. I ordered Pizza Hut. He was so nice. He's like introduced himself. Hey, I'm John. This nice guy, older guy. But he put bloody earbuds in. Like, how are you gonna hear the ambulance, the fire, the police coming behind you? How are you gonna hear the honking coming through the intersection so you don't get T-boned? It's not just bicyclists and it's not just young people. It's people on the phone, and I guarantee some of you are even guilty of having both ears in. At least take one out, but that's not even good. That's better. We're reducing some risk. It's not good, but at least take one out. My gosh. But yeah, watch it. Those earbuds are obstructing your ability to pay attention outside. Right? So, okay, let's do lunch 12:05. So let's come back at 13:10. 1:10. Resume the afternoon. Then I will whip through eyes, hopefully, and then we'll go into workbook. Well, sure. All right. Yeah, Tracy, we're talking right now. Wait, hopefully you're not driving your car with your friends, right? Enjoy your lunch, everyone. We'll see you back here in an hour.
Hello, abandoned boy. Salamat. Bigyan kita ng ano. May premiere ka, sige. Baba ko nga premiere mo para puntahan ko. Dali, hanapin ko na lang. Manual search ko na lang. Uy, ang ganda ng song mo. Sweet in the sweet by and by. I love this. I know how to sing this one. Wala ako makitang premiere. 12:15, 7 minutes ago, tapos na yung Team Philippines. Wala akong makitang premiere. Abandoned boy. Galing kumanta. Sana lahat magaling kumanta. Nice. Wala akong makitang premiere mo . Tapos na, premiered 8 minutes ago. Ganda ng boses niya. Nice. May fashion show. Agad. Tarararan, tararan. Saan to? Sa Davao City ba ito? Para sa Yang Gurina. Parang store lang sa may Uyang Green. Ganda. Wow. Tururudun, durun. Ganda ng anak mo.
Jamaica. It's a land that is favored. By faith you can see it it is me, we shall meet on the beach. It is me,
Madam, simply on death. Thank you, Madam. Nag-study na naman ako. Ang ganda natin doon sa swimsuit natin, ah. Wa ko nimo gi-invite. Invite ako sunod kay mag-swimsuit ang duha. Nya magtupis dayon ta. Lingaw. Lingaw na madam. Bana ko sunod. Bisaya si Ondet. Bana ko sa sunod para mag-swimsuit ang duha. Kalingaw. Kalit-kalit ra po dito. Oh, gidala pud si Dos. Kalingaw, oy. Alaagan ng mga bata. Nindot na kay gamay pa ka at ato nag mga dagang lugar. Patudlo niya ko gitara, madam. Hawda ba nimo mo gitar, oy? Murag gisalo nimo tanan-tanan nga talent sa kalibutan ba? In the sweet. O gani daw, dito daw sila tanan di ay. Nindot ba ana? Frank, Frank din ang mag-swimsuit na gwapa. Aw, mao ba? Abi na kog ikaw jud to nag-guitar ba nindot kaayo pagkatira. Wa ko ka kuanda. Wa ko ka malay da nga gi-prank ra di ay. Nice kaayo hawda lagi mo gitar lagi. Di mahalata ba? Oh, patudlo niya ko gitar kaya na ako'y gitara diri ang way gamit. Patudlo ko nimo. Kaya pahulam din sa imong wig. Ka nag-talent to eh. Oh, pwede ra di ay. Pwede ra di ay. Na to. Iunsa man to nimo? Hulam tagwig nimo. In the sweet by and by. Lingaw gani kayo, gwapo pag kay pagkatugtog. Nalingaw gani ko, sila pa kaha. Maayo gingunad to imong i-post kanunay madam, lingaw kaayo. Makasayaw tag-apil. Kayug-yug ta ba? Jig-jig ana. Nice kaayo. Basa-basa ka ani. Dili halata ba? Wala na ako na malayi nga prank di ay. Ang akong gipaminaw kay ang kuan man, ang tugtog man. Ang pagkatugtog man may nindot. Asa man mo ani mohang banding, madam? Ninduta sige makagsuroy, madam. Ay, nagtanaw sa akong tatlo. Medyo na pag-imuhan ni ba? Sabi, utrohon rin ko na kung tanaw. Bigi paminaw ramang ko din ako ba? I-play lang ako niya na minaw ko. Da. Muha lagi. Ikaw lagi oh. Out kayo. Oh? Out kayo mo kupay sa gitara ba? Oh? Timing po kay madam ba? Aw daw eh. Bigyan ako ikaw. Nanilagay mo tayo kalibutan aning kuan. Grabe kalibutan aning mo gitara. Sabi kalibutan na ng prank. Kinsa kayo pawinaw. Regards ko sa wig ani ba? Ina outfit si madam. Isa ni nga gitarist madam. Wala daghana niya. Daghana niya view. Oy. May pasta sauce dyan, Ruben. Yan siya, kimchi ano. Invite ako mag-swimming mo, madam. Ikaw pag huwag ka na sa mag-swimming, uban ka, uban ko. Banday ko. Masaaman mo mag-swimming. Kasi ikaw eh. Ang makalaag. Oh, nindot din ng wasaga. Sige, ato ta diha. Ban ako ninyo. Grabe, pinaipit-ipit siya din, ba? Layo ba ng Wasaga dari, madam? Pila man na ka oras ang daganon? Dili ulo mag-swimsuit kay daghan dito swimwear. Na magtupis jud ko ana, madam ba? Magtupis jud tang duha. Pagwapahay jud tag tupis ani. Wow, 2 hours layo di ay. Layo din ang Wasaga di ay. Tugnaw na rabarong panahon na makamurog mula to ang ibot na, madam. Turo gatong tibot anang mag-swimwear dyan. Sige, magkuanta. Magtupis ta og pink. So, imo dalaga na nakatupis ingon ganit ko nasab-an jud ka. Sa ma'am. Oh, wala nagpakita sa ko way picture nakit-an kay kung nay picture makulinatan ang bugan. Grabe pinasayo-sayo man din ni madam. Hulamaw niya kung ano mo sidlak-sidlak na sinina, madam. Maong yun eh, no? Ako na lang ikuan, itaklap. Kung di masigo, itaklap na lang, itaklap. Galing nga pag-gitara ko eh. Ham, ham. Ham. Ganda, maayo kayo pagka-tira sa gitara ba? Kimchi na melo. Tama gyud ka, madam. Pasig i-guest pa ka ni Ellen DeGeneres. Di Oprah. Na, Ricardo. Lalay lang mo niya ako, madam. Hindi mo alam kung tigbitbit sa mong gitara. Kabibo, ari mo ang kano'y music.
Oh.
Nakakain na ako. Tininood yun din mong tira ni mong gitara, madam ba? Ma-discover gani ka ni Oprah ani na. Murag correct. Ora jud tinuod ba kung paminaw lang nimo nga di nimo i-focus ang kamot at di man malata jud. Kuan pa pina-attire pa ang buhok ug ang napay sinina og napay wig at tilanda. Carry kayo. Ang lagi tira dyan ang hallway. Sayaw na nagchat-chat, madam. Physiotherapists use heat and cold compression to reduce tissue swelling. It's healing. Pinachat-chat kayo ay kuransa kay madam. Ha? Yeah. Sarap, no? Pag-post og ani madam nindot. Kaya na niya? That's good. Good job, Ruben. So every morning, maglakaw yun. That's good, that's good. Report and record your actions, observations according to your employer policy. Moist and dry application. Aquathermia pad. Waterproof. Ang kana din ginabutang sa kuan, aquathermia din na siya. Ablihan nato mga mumo. Uy, salamat kay madam. Salamat sa mga mumok nimo diha. Aquathermia pad, a waterproof plastic or rubber pad that can be applied to the area of muscle sprain, edema, or mild inflammation in the place of a heating pad or cold pad. Blanket warmer, cabinets designed to heat bed linens. Cold pack, a commercial or homemade cold application may be moist or dry. Compress, a soft pad that is moistened and applied over a body area. Compression bandage, a bandage designed to provide pressures to a particular area, also known as tensor bandage. Ano ako man magbasa? Nga namay pwede mo basa para sa ako. Hala, oy. 41. Ato ipabasa sa ilaha.
1013. Chapter 44.
Na, may na
Heat and
magbasa
cold
siya kay
applications.
maminaw ta.
Objectives. After reading this chapter, the learner should be able to do the following. Identify the purposes, effects, and complications of heat and cold applications. List clients at risk for complications from heat and cold applications. List the guidelines for application of heat and cold. Perform the procedures described in this chapter in a safe manner. 1014. Key terms. Aquathermia pad.
Unsay
A
diferensya sa
waterproof
Moderna
plastic
o
or rubber
Pfizer
pad
nga
that can be
vaccine?
applied to areas of muscle sprain, edema, or
Nothing,
mild
it's just the
inflammation
same
in the place of the
vaccine.
heating pad or cold pack. P1022. Blanket warmers. Warming cabinets designed to heat bed linens. P1014. Cold pack. A commercial or homemade cold application, may be moist or dry. P1027. Compress. A soft pad that is moistened and applied over a body area. P1017. Compression bandage. A bandage designed to provide pressure to a particular area. Also known as a tensor bandage. P1026. Constrict. To squeeze or make narrow. P1026. Dilate. To expand or open wider. P1016. Frostbite. A medical condition in which skin and other tissues are damaged by extreme cold. P1026. Gel pack. A commercially produced hot and cold pack designed to keep its temperature over a period. P1022. Rice. an acronym for rest, ice, compression, and elevate as a method of treating recent injuries. P1026. Sitz bath. A shallow plastic bathtub, filled with warm water, designed to keep the buttocks and hips immersed while the person is in the sitting position. P1020. Wheat bag, or bean bag. A type of heating bag that provides dry heat and is heated in a microwave. P1018. Physicians, nurses, and physiotherapists use heat and cold applications to reduce tissue swelling and promote healing and comfort. Heat and cold have opposite effects on body functions. Figure 44:1. Heat increases blood flow by dilating blood vessels in the area being heated. Figure 44:1, B. Cold slows blood flow by constricting blood vessels in the area being cooled. Figure 44:1, C. Both effects can be helpful, but there are risks associated with heat and cold applications, such as severe injuries and a decrease in the ability of that body part to function well. Because of these risks, a support worker should never use heat and cold applications unless they are in the client's care plan, and then only if this duty has been delegated by a nurse. Figure 44:1. A. Blood vessel under normal conditions. B. Dilated blood vessel. C. Constricted blood vessel. Any client receiving a heat or cold application should be checked frequently for any signs of problems related to their use. Table 44:1. Inspect the skin beneath the application frequently, according to the care plan. It is advisable to check the skin every 5 minutes for the first 2 checks, and at least every 15 minutes after that. Because not every client will report discomfort, you should be particularly aware of signs of discomfort, such as restlessness, agitation, or other changes in behavior. Think about safety. Heat and cold applications. Both heat and cold applications can be either moist or dry. You must thoroughly understand the purposes, effects, and complications of both heat and cold applications. Because of the risks involved, some employers allow only nurses to do heat and cold applications, while some others may permit support workers to do them as well. As always, you must be certain that the procedure is within your scope of practice. Before you perform these procedures, it is your responsibility to make sure of the following. Your provincial or territorial laws and employers' policies allow you to perform the procedure. The procedure is in your job description. You have the necessary training. You are familiar with the equipment. You have reviewed the procedure with the nurse. A nurse is available to answer questions and to supervise you. Table 44:1. Comparison between heat and cold applications. Heat. Cold. Purposes. For persistent, chronic pain. Reduces pain of muscle cramps. Reduces pain related to arthritis. Promotes healing. Reduces joint stiffness. For recent injury. Reduces swelling. Reduces pain. Slows bruising. Reduces itching from insect bites. How it works. Expands blood vessels and assists in increasing circulation to the area. Constricts blood vessels to reduce swelling and pain in the area. Examples: moist, hot/warm compress, hot/warm soak, sitz bath, drop, wheat bags or bean bags, heating pads, heat rugs, moist, cold/cool water compress, cold/cool water soak, drop, cold pack, gel pack, ice packs, bags, and collars, cold rugs. Length of time for application. Asterisk. Do not apply longer than 15 minutes at a time. Check the client's skin every 5 minutes. Do not apply longer than 15 minutes at a time. Check the client's skin every 5 minutes. Cold applications are usually applied in 15-minute intervals, i.e., 15 minutes on followed by 15 minutes off. Signs of problems: stop application and report at once. Excessive skin redness in the area. Pale, white, or gray skin. Excessive facial redness. Cyanosis, bluish skin color. Blisters. Shivering. Complaints of discomfort, pain, or burning, or changes in the client's behavior. Complaints of discomfort, pain, numbness, or burning, or changes in the client's behavior. Signs of skin irritation, such as redness, rash, itching, or burning. Signs of skin irritation, such as redness, rash, itching, or burning. Complications from misuse. Burns. Frostbite. Tissue death. Tissue death. Circulatory shock. Circulatory shock. Asterisk. These times were suggested by the Fowler, Kennedy Sports Medicine Clinic of Western University.
Salamat, Kinaw
Your supervisor may have more specific times as they pertain to each individual client. You should always follow the client's care plan and the policies of your employing agency. Source: Fowler, Kennedy Sports Medicine Clinic, Western University, London, on. Heat applications. Heat applications can be applied to almost any body part. They are often used for musculoskeletal injuries or problems, for example, strains, low back pain, and arthritis. See Table 44-1. Heat applications in hospitals and clinics include the use of blanket warmers, which are warming cabinets designed to heat bed linens for chilled clients who are recovering from anesthetic, receiving chemotherapy, or are too ill or frail to raise their own body temperature. Like all heat applications, it is important to ensure the linens are not so hot as to cause burns by adjusting the cabinet heating temperature and testing the 1016 linens by placing a corner of them against the inner aspect of your wrist. When heat is applied to skin, blood vessels in the area
Ruben, ako lang maghugas dyan, Ruben.
dilate, i.e.,
Iwan
they
mo lang.
expand or open wider. C. Figure 44 to 1. B. Allowing more blood to flow through them. This extra blood brings more oxygen and nutrients to the tissues for healing and removes excess fluid and wastes from the area faster. The extra blood causes the overlying skin to become red and warm to the touch. When heat is used correctly, muscles in that area relax, and painful swelling is reduced. Complications. Burns result when heat is applied either for too long or at too high a temperature. Pain, excessive redness, and blisters are danger signs of burns. If you observe any of these signs, you should remove the application and report your observations immediately. If not treated right away, burns can lead to serious, life-threatening problems. Some clients are at greater risk than others for burns and other complications from heat applications. See the Think about safety. Clients at high risk for complications from heat or cold applications box. It is your responsibility to observe these clients closely and to protect them from injury. Follow the guidelines listed in Box 44 to 1 when performing heat and cold applications. Think about safety. Clients at high risk for complications from heat or cold applications. Clients with thin, delicate, or fragile skin. These clients include infants, young children, older adults, and fair-skinned people. Clients who have decreased sensation, singular. Clients who have difficulty sensing heat, cold, or pain may not realize if the application is too hot or too cold and are at risk for skin damage. Examples of situations that may reduce a person's ability to feel pain include loss of consciousness, scarring of the skin, use of some medications, spinal cord injuries, stroke, diabetes, aging, which can cause decreased sensation due to changes in body function. Clients with dementia or confusion. These clients may not recognize pain, or they may not be able to communicate that they are in pain. You need to look for changes in the client's behavior, which can signal discomfort. Clients with metal implants. Metal conducts heat and cold, so deep tissues can be burned. Pacemakers and joint replacements are made of metal. Do not apply heat in the area of the implant. Box 44 to 1. General guidelines for applying heat or cold. Apply only when 1. Ordered by a professional, 2. Allowed by your employer, and 3. You are assigned to do so. Know how to use the equipment. Before applying moist applications, measure the temperature, according to your employer policy. Follow employer policies for safe temperature ranges. See Table 44 to 2. Do not apply hot applications above 41.1 degrees Celsius 106 degrees Fahrenheit because tissue damage can occur. Only a nurse can apply a very hot application. Ask your supervisor what the temperature of the application should be for each client. See the Think about safety. Clients at high risk for complications from heat or cold applications box on P1016. Heat cooler temperatures are used for clients at risk. Cold warmer temperatures are used for clients at risk. Know the precise site of the application. Ask your supervisor to show you the site. Before applying a dry heat or cold application, cover it with a flannel or terry cloth cover, towel, or pillowcase, according to your employer policy. Do not leave clients at risk unattended. Observe the client's skin at least every 5 minutes for signs of complications. See Table 44-1, on P1015. Observe for changes in the client's behavior, which may indicate pain. Remind the client not to change the temperature of the application. Prevent chills. When moist heat is applied, the increased blood flow to the affected area may cause reduced blood flow to other body parts, and the client may feel chilled. Cover the client with a blanket or robe. Eliminate room drafts. Offering the client socks to wear will help ensure warmth. Ask your supervisor how long to leave the application in place. Carefully watch the time. Heat and cold are applied for no longer than 15-minute periods. Provide for privacy. Properly drape and screen the client. Expose only the body part on which you will apply heat or cold. If it is safe to leave, place the call bell within the client's reach or remain within easy hearing distance. Follow standard practices. Wear gloves if you or the client has non-intact skin. Table 44-2. Heat and cold temperature ranges. Temperature. Centigrade range. Fahrenheit range. Very hot. 41.1 degrees Celsius to 46.1 degrees Celsius. 106 degrees Fahrenheit to 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Hot. 36.6 degrees Celsius to 41.1 degrees Celsius. 98 degrees Fahrenheit to 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Warm. 33.8 degrees Celsius to 36.6 degrees Celsius. 93 degrees Fahrenheit to 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Tepid. 26.6 degrees Celsius to 33.8 degrees Celsius. 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Cool. 18.3 degrees Celsius to 26.6 degrees Celsius. 65 degrees Fahrenheit to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold. 10.0 degrees Celsius to 18.3 degrees Celsius. 50 degrees Fahrenheit to 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Moist and dry heat applications. Moist heat application involves water coming in contact with the skin. Moist heat has certain advantages, including the following.
Thank
Water
you,
conducts heat,
Sigdini.
so moist heat has a greater and faster effect than dry heat. 1017. Heat penetrates deeper with moist applications, so they have lower, cooler, temperature settings than dry heat applications and, thereby, help prevent injury to the client. In dry heat applications, water does not come in contact with skin. The advantages of dry heat are as follows. The application stays at the desired temperature longer. Dry heat does not penetrate as deeply as moist heat, so this type of application may be chosen if the client is very thin or has a medical condition in which a penetrating heat application would be harmful to underlying tissues, such as having a bone screw or plate. However, it should be noted that because water is not used, dry heat needs higher, hotter, temperatures to achieve the desired effect. With both types of applications, the client is at risk for burns. It is very important, therefore, to continually check on the client and inspect the skin under the application every 5 minutes. As mentioned, the application should never be left on the skin longer than 15 minutes. See the
Pause muna natin ha.
Oo, kasi madilim ka. Hello?
Feel like napping during filming time, so it's for your hinge work time. Anyway, something you might or might not know about me, because I've only talked about it a couple times here on the channel, is our real budget. I mean, we were looking at our spending. There were so many places. All right, let's start with the obvious things that we cut from our budget. These are the things you've probably heard a lot of people talk about before when it comes to saving. But I will share some of my additional tips along the way. So the first one is eating out.
Amazing si Undet. Thank you, Madam Undet, ko sa
Expenses because, well,
pagpasugod sa imuhang
but I also use a very
mga
hard habit to drop
alipores.
because I had to do it myself.
Thank you.
So my best tip for doing this is don't go cold turkey. Start small. If you typically eat out or get takeout 5 times a week, don't say you're only going to do 1 time a week. Start by cutting back to just 3 at first. And once 3 is normal, cut it back again. If you usually get lunch every day, start packing it 1 to 2 days a week until that's a habit. Then go up to 3 or 4 times a week.
Thank you.
All right, number 2 is fast fashion. If you don't know, fast fashion is the type of clothing that's cheaper, trendy, usually out of style within a few years. And honestly, shifting away from fast fashion has been amazing, not just for my wallet, but also for my closet, because I no longer have a closet that's bogged down with mediocre pieces. Now I really just focus on buying timeless, classic pieces. I've shifted away from buying things because it was a great deal, because it was super trendy. I thought that it'd be great for a specific event, and I focus more on getting things that were, 1, practical, meaning I could wear them on most days, not something for a special occasion, or things that were really trendy. 2, things that were versatile, so I really look for pieces that can match tons of different things. And honestly, pretty much altogether, I avoid getting anything if it can only be worn like a single. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes buying these little things is fun. It's a treat. It's fun to do something extra special for events. But I really cut back on doing it too much. I really ask myself which of these things are worth it before I make the purchase. And if possible, we still have credit cards in our house. We use them to make secure purchases online, but credit cards give you a false sense of how much money you have. It doesn't just spending. We also so much better to hold up and financed. Like credit cards, things that can be financed and carry interest are in kind of slippery slope. In the moment, it might seem like not that big of a deal to split up the payments into installments, but the way I look at it is if I can't afford to buy it full price, I can't afford it. It's so much better to hold up and save the money yourself and buy it when you have the cash. Yes, it is a practice of patience, but it will prevent you from getting into a situation where you owe someone else money. You could be in a position right now where you can totally make those monthly payments, but what if in 2 months you lose your job?
Okay.
Recurring subscriptions and actively cancel the ones that you are not using. Because if you're not using the subscription, it's a waste of money. And it's really easy to miss these because a lot of the things that we sign up for on monthly subscription are like 3 times savings every single year for things that you weren't even using. All right, moving along to number 8, disposable razors. I personally switched to the Billy Razor about a year ago and it has saved me tons of money on disposable razors. This is totally not sponsored. I really just bought them with my own money. I truly use them. It's $9 for the starter kit, and then it's just $9 for each 4-pack of razors every single month. They set it up to get auto shipped. I get one every 3 months. I spent way more money than that when I was using disposable razors from the pharmacy. Number 9 is the second grocery trip. The second grocery trip. Do you know what this is? So I'm a meal planner, meaning I plan all of our meals for the week ahead of time, and then I build my grocery list around that. I have an entire video, so I'll link that down below if you're interested in how I do this. It saves me tons of money and tons of time. And when it's done
Salamat,
correctly, I have
Madam
everything
Andres.
I need for that week in groceries, and I can do one trip for the week. The big thing that can always kill my grocery budget is what I call the second grocery trip. This is maybe a Saturday morning or a Friday afternoon, and you run in to grab some milk because you ran out, and you don't have a list or a meal plan, and you end up walking out with $50 or $75 worth of stuff that you were never planning to buy. Well, the second groceries trip does sometimes, on occasion, still plague our household. And sometimes it's just necessary because if you need milk, you need milk. I do try to avoid the second trip like the plague because I know how much it can add up. All right, number 10 is being disorganized. Hands down, learning to be more organized has saved me money, so much money. Because who has ever bought something thinking that you were out of it only to go home and realize you already had it? Or who has ever bought something that you know you already own just because they can't find it? Me, on both of those occasions. I can't tell you in the past how many little odds and ends like screwdrivers or extra nail clippers or crafting supplies I bought when I already owned it because I was disorganized and I didn't know where it was. Learning how to be a more organized person in my day-to-day life saves me money in lots of ways. I have a better inventory of what I own, so I know what I need and don't need, and I take better care of my possessions than I do have, meaning I do not need to replace them as often. I've essentially learned to be more responsible.
Salamat kay Madam Andres School.
See this? This is my $400 a day hobby / side hustle. And in this video, I am
Check attendance muna tayo. Happy afternoon, I'm back. There you go. Hola.
spilling all the beans on how I do it. And just to make something really clear, when I say side hustle, it really is a side hustle. I do not spend hours and hours of my week on this. I check in maybe once or twice a day for 15 minutes max. And on the days that I place trades, it brings in $400 or more in a day. Now, I do not place trades every day. And of course, some of those trades lose money too. But on average, my side hustle brings in about $1,000 a month. And the best part, I can take this side hustle with me anywhere. Recently, I spent a week in Tulum with my best friend, and I placed a few trades while chilling on the beach. So depending on what's going on with the market and in my life, I can be as active or as inactive as I want. So it really fits my nomadic lifestyle. I like to travel, and often I don't know where I'm going to be next month. So if you are looking to pick up a flexible, intellectually stimulating side hustle that you too can do from anywhere and has the potential to offer a much more lucrative ratio of dollars per hour than most other side jobs, then you might be interested in learning how to trade options. The learning curve is definitely steeper than learning how to, say, drive Uber or do deliveries for Postmates, but it is so worth it. In this video, I'm going to explain the nitty gritty of how I do it, so if that's something you'd be interested in, then keep on watching. Okay, so before I get into all the details of the side hustle, I do need to first get into Options 101, some basics of what are options and how do they work. So options, more specifically stock options, which are what I trade, are financial contracts that give you exposure to the price movements of a stock without you having to actually own that stock. So it's very similar to trading stocks, but trading stock options offers some unique advantages that I will get into a little bit later. Now, there are two types of options, call options and put options. Call options give you the right
So
to buy
Van
a stock at a
Trenders, thank you
predetermined
sis
price.
pa sa
And put options
pagpunta.
give you the right to sell a stock at a predetermined
Nag-study
otherwise known as the
agits.
strike price. And just like there is a marketplace
Kumusta
for
ka?
buying and selling
Kumusta?
stocks,
So Van
stock market,
Trenders,
there's also
kumusta?
a marketplace for buying and selling options. So there's an options market. For example, in the stock market, you can buy and sell Amazon stock. You can buy
Undet ko, salamat, nandyan pa rin. My teacher is not.
I was kicked out of our teams 4 times over the lunch hour. I don't know what's wrong with the internet in Ontario today. There's no storm today.
Ako sis, for the whole day ito, nasa
So
harapan ng
afternoon plan, I'll finish up
computer,
eyeballs quick, and then we can have more
eskwela,
time to
makinig sa
wrap up.
teacher at
Hopefully you're at
saka
the point of
magsagot ng mga
wrapping up these readings there that we've
ang
had
kapal na books na
for the last
sasagutin.
couple of days. So, hello everyone. Give me just a second here as I go through the attendance.
Take time to relax.
It's making me angry today. Oh, every day. Oh, remote. The good and the bad. Right. 2, 3. Oh, go back.
Ingat sis. So Van Trenders.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hello. 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 Berlin. Hello and hello. Danielle and Davidson and Carrera. Hello. Okay, I see Asmara. I see Charmaine.
Or hopefully listening to my teacher.
Oh my God, there's Siobhan. I see her. Hi, Charles. I greet you as well. Who's not checked? Everybody's checked. Victoria, there you go. She was the only one left. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Fastest one yet. Let's see if the internet likes us to apply Success on the first try. I'll take it.
Hello, trenders. Salamat,
Okay.
sis. Lagyan ko
Welcome
yan ng
back.
ng ano. Lagyan natin ng
Hoping
Damit.
that I'm just gonna chit chat for a few minutes.
Glow Trenders. Thank
And then we
you.
can jump. So hearing and vision. Hearing impairments. So page 917 reminds us about assisting a client with hearing impairments. And then on 918, that's where we jump into
917.
eye disorders and vision impairments. Please review box 40 well, you know me, review all of the boxes, but it's like guidelines for carrying clients with hearing loss. Gives you a list of support people who may have hearing loss. Right? These are like free, it's a free reminder, right? So with the knowledge of the PSW program, in the best scenario, I should be able to create this kind of list, right? Thinking about how to support those clients. So anytime I
It's
say,
hard.
what would you think with a client with
Thank you.
high blood pressure? Brain can start to think of things that you might be thinking about with high blood pressure. So
Yes.
these are freebies. The book has done the thinking for you.
Oh,
So
tired.
take advantage, review them,
Wow.
so that you can just pull them out of the filing cabinet when the person in front of you has got all these things going on. You think, I can help. I know what to do. I know how to be empathetic. I know how to support them. I know this person could be dizzy. This person could be a falls risk. I gotta watch out for pressure ulcers. You start to think of that. So these little caring for clients tips for the client with this thing or this item, they're great little vignettes, little samples, little stories, little imagery, right? You know, putting it all together, little moments where you can kind of create a real person out of the concepts. So they're kind of like, right, my side stories, my anecdotal stories,
Side stories.
but these are those like are things that we can actually do, the interventions that we can employ that are supportive. Like, look at reduced background noise. Like, that's something I go do with my cognitively impaired clients, my dementia clients, the Alzheimer clients, anyone having an anxious episode, some panic, right? We want to reduce the stimulus, the extra noises. So it's not, these tips are not just client with hearing loss. Hopefully you're seeing these are great ways to approach just people in general and our clients in general. And some of them are really good tips, though, geared right towards the issue though that we're having as well. Okay, so vision. Okay, vision loss can occur just like hearing rate across the lifespan. All right, we can have there are different reasons for vision loss. Right, could be traumatic, like I said. If I don't have an eyeball anymore, I can't see through it. So there's actually an organ missing. I cannot see if there's no eyeball to see, right? So it may be, sudden. So I'm in an accident or something like that. When I was young, I got sand in my eye and it scratched my cornea and I had to wear a lens cover on my eye for weeks. It was so embarrassing to be a teenager and wearing not a teenager, a young teen, adolescent age, and wearing an eye patch everywhere I had to go. My parents let me go stay with my grandparents for a whole week, so I didn't have to see my friends, didn't have to see me with an eye patch. You know what I mean? Isn't that so weird? But it's like you have this emotional, right, this learning, the friends, the peer pressure, body image, all that. Because like in hindsight, I look back, it was like, what, 2 weeks with an eye patch? Like, what? That's nothing. But wow, that experience at that age to be told you have to wear an eye patch. Ooh, boy, I didn't want to leave the house. Now I fast forward down and wow, I have empathy for people who have sudden change to their image. That body image, it's just different, right? You don't expect, but then it happens and you slap in the face. So anyways, it could be traumatic, right? It could be sudden, okay? Or it could be gradual. Could be gradual to lose that vision, okay? And again, so same thing with the eyes. It could be just a little bit of vision loss, some trouble, or it could be total vision loss. One eye might be affected, or both eyes could be affected. Okay. So as I think it was Siobhan who had posted earlier, the 6 meters versus 60 meters. Okay. We constitute someone here as legally blind. They see at 6 meters. So that means that if I am legally blind and Adriana is standing beside me and we're looking, means Adriana can see Charmaine 200 meters away. I can't see Charmaine. It means that for me to see Charmaine the same way that Adriana sees Charmaine, I will be 6 meters away, and Adriana is 200 meters away. So that means I'm legally blind. That's what that's saying. That's all. Okay? It's a problem for driving, eh? That's a huge issue for driving. Yes, and Mina, 20 feet for those of you who are better with the imperial. You know me, I'm in that generation that's half imperial, half metric, depends on the context, is where because it's the learning that I took from my parents who were imperial, but my schooling was in metric. So at home I was hearing imperial, but in school I was learning metric. So are we doing heights and weights in school? Not actually. So height and weight, right? How far is that thing at the end of the driveway? Right, so you see how I learned imperial from my parents in terms of like those home references, small measurements, things like that. I still do quilting in imperial. Yeah, all my rulers are they really? Yeah, I quilt in imperial. I quilt in inches. Oh my gosh. Didn't even think about it. Reflect and you'll learn things about yourself. I didn't realize until this moment that I quilt in imperial. Wow. But it's just normal, right? I grew up using my mom's rulers, and then I buy all the same rulers, and I buy all the same materials that I was taught to use, right? You think these trends are disappearing, but they do still get passed from generation to generation. It's just not quite as overt as it used to be, but there is, right? Wow. Okay, so yeah, I am an imperial sewer. Perfect. That's why I can still make sense of all of the old patterns, I suppose, eh? There's an advantage. My mom did good. We'll say that was it. They did it on purpose, right? So legally blind, 6 meters or 20 feet versus a 60 meters, 200 feet of someone. Okay. What is conjunctiva? Conjunctivitis. Conjunctiva? Conjunctivitis. Itis with the conjunctiva. For those of you linking things, conjunctiva, itis, conjunctivitis. I have problems with the putting together sometimes.
Is it an eye inflammation?
Pink eye. Yes.
Pink eye, yeah.
Eye inflammation, commonly known as pink eye. That's the clear membrane, the clear part that covers the white part. Okay? Sections. So the conjunctiva. Okay, yep, gets infected. What's that most common? Do we know what is common? What do I always say? Look at my animals are in my bed and they're putting what kind of matter is floating around my face at night. Fecal matter, because I heard the dog fart and his butt's right near my face. I'm sleeping and then all of a sudden, the dog woke himself up with the fart. I woke up with the fart. His butt's here. No, get that away from my face. Right? As kids, we don't wash our hands well. Wipe our eyes. Right? Okay, all honesty. I gotta knock on wood though. I've yet to contract pink eye from the dog farting in bed. I'm just saying it's high risk. It's high risk. I've been very lucky so far, but it is high risk. Yes. Fart particles floating around the whole bedroom, right? Those animals. But that transferable piece, right? If I don't do good hand washing, I can easily transfer. I got baby diapers. I got a dog. I just cleaned the cat litter. Right there, this bacteria could be anywhere. Right, it could be stuff that doesn't want to be in my eye anywhere. And after infection control, we all know how easily something can spread, even not on purpose, totally by accident. Oops. Or like I said, it's in my pillows, right? It's in my hands or whatever. So careful when you touch your eyeballs. Wash your hands. Wash those hands. So the first one that we're going to talk about is macular degeneration. So this one is age-related macular degeneration. I don't personally, not Mosby, I don't typically see them referred to as either AMD or ARMD. I've just heard them called macular degeneration, and probably if I look into the chart would be any further minute details, but definitely Mosby is, I'm seeing it multiple places. They're referring to it as AMD all over the place. They've shortened it in the text for you as AMD. So age is the A, age-related is the A part, macular degeneration. Ultimately, we're seeing degeneration of the macula. Macular degeneration. We really try to keep it simple sometimes. Other things not. What's happening is our vision is getting blurred, okay? The macula is in the center, so the vision is blurry. This degeneration is in that center piece. So we learn about the eye is, depending what the disease is, will change what the symptoms look like or what the vision loss looks like. So that macular degeneration, that age-related, it's front and center, right? Your center vision gets blurry, okay? Leading cause of blindness in the plus 55 age group, macular degeneration, age-related macular degeneration, okay? No cure. Okay? The book goes on to differentiate between wet or dry, and then that's it. That's such a small little piece on it. Okay, that's good. That means we don't need to know more than a small piece. That's happy. Yay, yay. Especially eyes are like super intricate. So I'll be very happy to keep a light touch on eyes and ears here. Not that they're not important, they're just so intricate. Yeah, so two types of AMD in the book, wet and dry. As I mentioned, this one has that central, this part is blurry. So people who have the macular degen, they might still have some peripheral vision. So a person who has peripheral vision but not front vision, I want to make eye contact. I want to see what Nastran is saying or doing. I might be looking away from Nastran to see her out the peripheral. So Nastran might think I'm not looking at her, but I actually can't see straight. My dog, sometimes he's looking at us, we're calling him, talking to him, but he's looking like this. He doesn't look his nose straight at us, he's looking sideways because he's seeing out the sides, okay? He's looking for the shadows in the periphery. So if your client has, just putting together, right, just making a circular walk around the street here, we're going to cross the street a couple times, the client has vision loss, and I don't know what they see. I just met my new person. I just meet Adriana, she's got vision loss. I know that she does. And I notice that she never looks at me straight on. She's always looking out the window. Oh, that Adriana, she never pays attention. That would be short-sighted, pun intended, of me to assume she might only have vision out of the sides. So she's actually turning because she wants to see me. So her turning is actually showing lots of respect because she's trying to make eye contact. She's trying to see what I'm doing. So again, just try not to be making assumptions of people, right? Not that would be unfair. Okay. The next one, the next stop on these little bullet points. That's nice. Oh, and I see as I turn the page, I'm on 920. Each one has just got barely got a paragraph. Lovely, lovely. Understand the meaning of each one, but obviously don't have to have the pathology, the in-depth, the dirty breakdown. But know those slight differences. That's a nice not too much to remember. So the next one on my list here, retinal detachment. So the retina can actually detach. I know people that it's happened to, and they have their vision because they went immediately and they got them surgically repaired, and they're fine now. Other people might have permanent blindness. Okay. People who have dogs whose retinas have detached may or may not choose to fix them surgically, right? Because we know that animal surgeries are very expensive. So it depends, right? It depends on if you can afford the surgery, and then if it doesn't work. Just because I know a lot of you guys have animals and friends have animals, and I talk about my animals all the time too. Like animals suffer from this junk as well. But I know both humans and puppies, not puppies, older dogs, but I know both dogs and humans who have had retinal detachment. The humans that I know who had their retinas detached had them surgically fixed, and they were okay after. Okay. Diabetic retinopathy. Okay. Complication of diabetes. Remember my crayon explanation? We talked about like pressure in those small tubes. We've got the glass sugar in the small tubes doing damage. So all those kind of things are going on with our diabetic clients, and they're small, and those blood tubes, the toes, the fingers, the eyes, all these areas. Ultimately, the tiny vessels, they get damaged. Whoa, what do we know about diabetes? Tiny vessels. So it's not diabetics get damaged vessels in their feet. Like, it's about tiny vessels. So if there's tiny vessels, I'm telling you that diabetic has damage in those tiny vessels. Because the sugar molecules aren't saying like, oh, it's an eyeball, I'm not going in the blood down there. Just like, no, the sugar glass is going everywhere. So it's hitting all those tiny vessels. So damage is anywhere that the vessel's getting small. Okay? So the vessels inside the retina are the ones that are getting damaged. Usually both eyes are affected. Well, that makes sense. If blood flow, right? The blood's going to both eyes. It's not saying like, no sugar allowed in here. No, it doesn't work like that. So if it's going everywhere, it makes sense that both eyes would have involvement, right? Everyone who has diabetes is at risk because the poorly controlled diabetes results in those things. So if you have diabetes, you're actually at risk for diabetic retinopathy. Same way you're at risk for neuropathy in your feet, right? You're at risk because we have the those other symptoms, right? The cardiac involvement, the sugar, all of that stuff. Okay. Blood can leak from these damaged blood vessels. You might have scar tissue that can pull the retina away from the back of the eye. That's often what's happening there. So, okay, just know we're doing damage. Ultimately, we're doing damage, right? That poorly controlled blood sugar, right, is doing damage. Next on the list, I got glaucoma. Glaucoma. Yeah, I mean, it's expensive to have a dog, but it's expensive to have kids too. My dog's not going to university. Just saying. I'll save 40 grand on that one because he ain't going. I guess he could have 4 eye surgeries for the since he's not going to university. No, I'm just joking. And Charmaine's got itchy eyes because we're talking about eyes. Yep, of course. Yep, absolutely. Always, yeah, expensive but rewarding. Yeah, that's a social piece, right? It's love, unconditional love, man. Those animals don't judge you. You're on your worst day. You are still the most important thing in their life. And they're not angry that you're too tired to cook dinner. They just love you and suck up and give them their food. So like, right, that's nice. They're very therapeutic. Which is why we have therapy animals come and visit people. And we have actual programs, right? Yeah, right? Kids judge you. Yes. And what did I say? They judge you so bad. I'm like too lazy. I'm a lazy person. Like, obviously, well, maybe not obviously. I don't shave my armpits regularly. Don't care. It is what it is. I go to my respite. She's 7, autistic, remember? It was like hot day, wearing a tank top, we were going out in the woods, cool, like hanging out in the backyard. The first thing that she says, like point blank, I arrive. She goes, "How come your armpits are so hairy like my dad's?" And I'm just like, because all adults grow hair in their armpits, and I didn't feel like shaving it today. That's, and I was just like, oh my god, I was mortified with myself in the moment. Well, whatever. At least I had to do deodorant on that day. But yeah, kids, right? They're not. They don't always make you feel that unconditional love. My dog has never made a comment about the state of my armpits. Right? Best friend. Yeah, Adriana, when she gets home, the dog is the only one that shows up. Right? Right? Husband, what's for dinner? Kids, where's my shirt for my thing? Where's my book for this thing? I don't know, I just got here. Where did you put it last? The dog is just like, I thought you were never coming home, thank you. Right? You go to the toilet and just heard, I thought you weren't coming back. Love, man, that love. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Makes us feel nice. But yeah, we've got animal therapy programs. There's my little aside. Animal therapy programs in long-term care, in hospitals, all of the like. I often get a question, what if I'm scared of dogs? I don't want the dog. This is no problem, right? We think of that. People who like the therapy dogs have a sticker of a dog on their door. And so if the person doesn't have a picture of a dog on their door, we don't stop at the door with the dog. And we always ask our clients, right? Hi, Nastran, would you like to pet Mosby today? Nope. Okay, no problem. Maybe another time. Bye. We don't force people to pet the animals, but if they want to pet the animal, right, we know how therapeutic that love can be. So we love to have these programs available to the clients. We won't ever force you to play with the dog or to pet the dog or the cat or the animal, but we will often try to make it available. You know, yeah, you can definitely look for, if you're working in a home, perhaps. So some places, a long-term care home that I took students to, they had a program that like every other week on Tuesdays, the people with the special dogs would like come and they would walk around and each floor and give everyone an opportunity. And in a retirement home that I worked at, the first Sunday of the month or something like that, a lady had 2 service dogs trained for therapy with elderly folk. And she would come to the retirement home on a Sunday and just sit in the main lobby, and the one little dog would walk around freely and the big dog would lay, and then people are Alzheimer time would, like, someone would be on the floor. Like, how are you even able to get on the floor? I don't even understand, but whatever. The dog does, he's on the floor petting and happy as can be, and there's another lady, and she's, oh my God, it's so scary. Oh, sorry, we didn't know you were here. We'll bring the dog away. And I have to apologize because she's getting upset that the dog's gonna, so whatever. Inclusiveness, though, that's it. There's the sidetrack. Cataracts. Cataract can be one or both eyes. Okay, you get clouding. You get this cloud. It's like turns white. Okay. And one or both causes sensitivity to light. You get cloudy, blurry vision. It gets dimmer. It's hard, right? Kind of like, I guess, of course, I don't have cataracts. Has anybody had cataracts fixed in the class? Okay. So it's described as, imagine trying to look through like fuzzy plastic. It's like kind of getting harder to see through, getting harder as that fog. It's like fog as the white stuff is getting thicker over the eyes, is getting harder to see, type of thing. Okay. What happens though We will serve, like a steamy glass. Yeah, in the shower, if you had a glass shower, and it's getting steamier and steamier and steamier, so you're less and less, and you can't see through it. It's harder and harder and harder to see through. We actually fix that surgically if you're a candidate, if you're the right person, right? And we don't just throw surgery on everybody, but if it could work, the doctors might prescribe surgery, but that's the only way we're going to ultimately fix cataracts. And the eyeball surgeons, the ophthalmology team, those people, they're actually going to remove the lens and implant a new lens on your eyeball. Okay.
Apparently I have one,
You have one?
a small one. I can see it when I look up close. In the, like a mirror that's up close. Anyway, eye doctor told me I have one on the right eye. It's very small, you can see it.
The minute they told you that they started their evidence tracking, right? They did extra tests, they did extra measurements. They're creating a baseline. Now, next time you go see them, they're going to have more evidence, just like we do with our charts, right? With our documentation. That guy, he's got his own documentation that he's going to do to make his plan for your eye. We're all doing it, right? It's all levels. We're creating this database for us, our level in long-term care at the home, at the bedside, at home. We're creating that evidence, right? Linda's going to the office and he's doing tests. We're the ones collecting it for the doctor. We're the ones doing that in our PSW jobs, right? So, ultimately, the way to fix it though, we're going to remove it surgically and give the person a new lens, okay? Presbyopia, gradual inability to focus on close objects, okay? Typically associated with aging, over 40, plus or minus, right? The loose box, crayon edges on that box, right? Over 40 is typically where we're gonna see it. You're probably gonna fix it with contact lenses, corrective lenses, so that ability to see close up, it's, right? You know what I'm doing. Can't get that focus. So I give you reading glasses, right? Oh, all of a sudden I can read everything now. Okay? Corrected with a lens, typically, okay? Anyone, I'm sure that we're on here that aren't online. There's, oh my gosh, like 2 lines on laser surgery. Yes, we can do some laser surgery. Okay. All right, effects, glaucoma, presbyopia. Perfect, we're on. Farsighted. Yeah. And Nastra, I'm going to go ahead and, because I can't help myself. Sighted. Near or farsighted. But you are very correct. You sounded it completely properly. Yes. Farsighted. Farsighted. But yes, you're good to go. Makes more sense though now when you see it too, right? I was like, oh yeah, sight, vision, near sight. Yeah, all right. But just the audio of it side was absolutely for sure. Now, of course, this isn't the Mosby's thing too, but we know that eye fatigue, can make it difficult to focus on the reading material. So it's very common with university students. You guys will fit into that category because you're spending 6 hours on screen and another 6 hours reading. So you just have fatigue. It's eyes are tired. So sometimes it happens. So university students, for instance, are saying, I can't focus. I'm nearsighted. Like I need glasses. I can't read. It happened to me in university. Actually, I kept going back to the optometrist. Like I can't read my textbook. It's blurry. And I passed all my vision tests with flying colors. I don't need glasses. Ultimately, said all my muscles, everything's so tired. I'm reading too much. When things start to get blurry, I have to stop reading. I have to take my eyes away from screen and here. I actually need to go to the kitchen, look at things outside. I can't just be look around the room. I actually have to change what my eyes are doing, give them a break, and then I can read again. So there's even something that's not really like leading to an impairment, and it's not a disease or something like that. It's just like literally fatigue. Your eyes, the muscles, everything. It's just tired. So that could also be something that's going on as well. Okay. Vision loss, again, same thing. Hits all of us as holistically, right? Our physical health, as I can't see where I'm walking. I need cues, I need things, reminders, I need texture differences on the floor. Anybody wonder why when you get to the crosswalk, there's all those raised squares at the corner, along the edge? There's like a yellow, not all, but they're building them in now. You see like a yellow, or they changed the concrete right at the crosswalk. The concrete changes texture. They're doing it more and more. So look when you're seeing them rebuilding, when they're fixing, because they're not way too expensive. They're not just going to go make everything accessible, but when they do like curb repair and road repair, and they fix the intersection, these are intersections to start looking at it. Intersection. So we have things that will do to help. So we have like the audio cues, where you know how, and don't quote me, I don't know which ones go with which one, but like north-south has one kind of sound, and east-west has a different sound. So you know how sometimes if you're crossing, you hear like a, and then another one is like a, it's so that the person who's visually impaired knows if they're going north-south, or if its crosswalk is open for east-west. Like literally what they're going to identify using sounds, right? If I share with you, it's the whole screen, of course. Here's one. See how you see where they put the yellow with the little Lego top things? Here. Here's one. From the parking lot up. This is the ramp part, so there's a ledge there. So the person who's visually impaired is going to be looking to find the texture change with their cane. There's one, see at the edge there, it's showing you that the crosswalk is right there, so that's the entrance to the crosswalk. That change. These ones, this one, the feeling of this, might be cement, so it feels smooth instead of like asphalt. That is the road. Here's there you can see it here. So they've actually put this, and it's got bubbles there, bobbles. There's a good one. You see their cane here. This one, they put them so that you can follow the corner. That's a nice one. Wow. Really nice. Okay, so just a little extra. Again, that's not even a nose piece, but whatever. If you're looking, if you're out in the community, take a peek. You think, I just stumbled over these stupid Lego blocks in the floor. No, those Lego blocks are on the floor so that people with visual impairment can not walk into the street. If I'm looking for it, and now you know why, I've got my cane, I'm going like this with it. I'm looking for the changes. I want it to fall off the curb before I fall off the curb. I want it to hit the wall or the car or the person before I hit the person. People with vision impairment, don't ever take their independence from them, because they're really, really able to navigate their surroundings. Sometimes they have a dog, they might have a dog and a cane, and they're able to just go. I always offer help, but I never expect that they're going to take it. Because they're used to, they've been doing it for longer than I even know how to help some people. So don't take their independence away, but you can always offer. Hey, if you need a hand, or let me know if you need a hand, or if I can help you at all crossing this busy intersection. Hi, you know what? I've actually in the community, I have literally said, hey, I'm a nurse. Let me know if I can help you cross this thing. Like, I've just said it, and people get really trusting. So, like, if you're saying, I'm a PSW, if you need any help to cross the steps, I see there's lots of construction here. If you need a hand, please just let me know. I'd be more than happy. Because those are the times when it gets really hairy, isn't it? Construction, patio season with the bars. They bring all the patios out onto the sidewalks, and then the person, they got to step down the curb. There's not a ramp, maybe. So the service dog has got to bring them into the street around the patio. So, you know what, just offering those kind of, hey, I see there's a little bit of construction up ahead in case you weren't aware. Like those are nice things to do, but I never grab somebody and be like, here, I'll walk with you. They don't need you more than likely. But always offer, especially I love to offer around construction areas, like I said, because it's very difficult. They might be unfamiliar with where the construction company has moved the ramp or the same, and there might be a hole where they're used to walking. So they're really looking for, you know, they can't find, they're really looking for, if you see someone around a construction site with low vision who looks lost, I offer them orientation even, just that night. No, that way is Dundas. This way we're, okay, just to reorient sometimes can be helpful to someone, okay? So, like I mentioned, they might have a guide dog, they might have a cane, right? It's white, usually white here, usually it's white with a tip. I was watching I can't even help myself. I was watching a community service worker who helps marginalized populations on the street, finding them items that they need that they can't access because of, you know, no workers, they don't have home address, all that kind of stuff. And he had a blind homeless client that he would help, and his cane was actually broken. And so this worker went and found a cane for this guy, and he brought it to him. He said, I found this cane, and the guy took it and said, I really appreciate you trying, man, but I can't use it. I can't use this cane. And the worker didn't understand how. And I was actually, of course, you know me, I was brought to tears during this video because the homeless guy who was visually impaired told the worker, said, honestly, he said, take my cane and take the cane you got me. Like, I'm not trying to sound like I don't appreciate it, man. I appreciate you, but I can't use it. And he said, I need my cane, you see, has this real ball on the bottom and it rolls. The cane you got me doesn't have a ball on the bottom. And the worker, he didn't understand why he needed the ball on the bottom. Why this guy needed the cane with the ball on the bottom. He said, close your eyes and you feel the difference, and then you're going to know. So the worker had to go and walk in his shoes. He had to really walk in the guy's shoes. And what he realized was that the cane that doesn't have the rolly ball, it gets stuck. It gets stuck on things. It gets stuck in a hole. It gets stuck here. But that little ball, it rolls so nicely. It moves. So this gentleman, he can really understand and feel the floor, the surroundings around him. But with the cane that just had the point, he was getting stuck. You know, in the sidewalk between each square, there's a little, and the cane's getting stuck each time, but the ball doesn't get. So it's smooth walking. I remember I said, just put yourself in someone's shoes for just a minute. But the worker did it. Went in the shoes, tried it. Wow, man, thank you for letting me use your cane. I'm going to find you something that works. I'm going to find something. But because he had that experience, because the guy was nice enough to let him try, he can now try all the options and find something that feels similar. But he didn't realize. He thought it's a cane for visually impaired. It's not just a cane. The right equipment for the right purpose, man. The right equipment for the right purpose is really important. So we might have, and actually I will give you the last one. We have amazing resources through the Canadian Institute for the Blind, the CNIB. You've heard them, I'm sure. They do lots of fundraising. They do lots of fundraising, but the CNIB is awesome. They're an incredible resource, just like the Canadian Hearing Society. Those are two beautiful, beautiful organizations. So if you or people around you are having some low vision, or you're having that great resource, CNIB, fantastic. Right. Also, interveners. Right. If you're looking at, this is like kind of, this is what I want to do. You may find working with people with disabilities, maybe with visual or auditory disabilities, maybe your area that you end up in. Aids for vision might have, I almost just called them goggles. Yeah, my goggles, glasses, my lenses. careful when you clean people's lenses. Don't just use anything because we don't want to scratch the lens. Just like the right that just pay attention, treat other people's things with kindness and professionalism. Just because, you know, Adriana uses sandpaper to wash her glasses does not mean I should. I should use the glasses cleaning stuff. Teach her not to use sandpaper. But it's just important that we use the appropriate cleaning materials, right? Don't just use Lysol wipes. That's not right. We want to use the right cleaning products. Although I do end up cleaning the sides, right? I don't clean my lenses with the antiviral, antibacterial wipes, but I do end up cleaning the sides because I'm touching them and people talking and coughing on me. People may have contact lenses, okay? They go right onto the eye. I personally think that that's an art. If you're able to put contact lenses in, congratulations. I still cannot, despite every Halloween buying a pair and trying to put them in my bloody eyeballs, I still cannot. So if you are able to do contact lenses, kudos to you. I can do eye drops, no problem, but I cannot get those contact lenses in my eyeball to save my life. You have to soak them though, right? Make sure that they're not going to get infection, right? The risk for infection, especially, you know, they're sitting in your client's bathroom open. Even if you're not putting them in for your client, you can still do that education, knowing about how to treat them. And, you know, all of the washes, all of those products have a little insert, right? Me, doesn't matter. I didn't teach you how to use a lens cleaning solution and pick it up and it says, fill the bottle with lens cleaner. Put the thing in the bottle, close, leave overnight. All right, I can handle it, right? Just read the instructions if you're helping your client to put their stuff together. All right. Depending on the type, though, you might be able to wear them for 24 hours. Some of them you can reuse. Some of them are one-time use. So just right back to instructions, know what you're doing. Read it so that you can give your client the education that they need. If they're confused from reading it, that might be your job now too. I didn't understand this paper that came with the thing, and now you're the pisso, you're standing there. How to operate the channel changer. Okay, looks like, okay, this is the power button. I bet so many times I've had to learn how to do something in somebody's house because they didn't know, right? You're that person for them, right? You're the person that might help them. So just remember, look at the instructions. There's usually an instruction manual for those easy things, right? For us, record, report, document the usual, right? You might be giving your client eye drops. I don't know, might be delegated task for you, and you go in at night and you give them their eye drops before bed or something like that. So you're getting a real good view though of those eyeballs. So my assessment of those eyeballs really good. I'm doing it then. I'm taking a peek at their eyeballs, right? Do I notice signs of infection, redness? Do they have pink eye? Is there pus? Is there purulent discharge? Remember my language piece. Is there pus present? Is there purulent discharge? It's a language piece. That's all. Okay. No kitty cats in my documentation, please. Okay. That's like the breathing out of the butthole thing, the fart, that joke, right? Do you mean they were respirating out of their rectum, right? Like, what do you mean? So that's why. So I'm going to continue to remind you because it's really easy to forget. And you think, oh, I see pus, and then you go to write, hey, there's pussy stuff in her eye, but that is not what it looks like in writing. So it's purulent. There's purulent discharge, purulent drainage. I don't care, whatever the word is after, but the word going pus turns to purulent. That's it.
Whole thing.
That's it. Write it on a Post-it note. Put it in the filing cabinet. Okay. Yeah, like I said, redness, drainage, eye pain, blurry vision. Anytime they're reporting that kind of stuff, document, report if it's a change. No, same rules apply.
If you had a choice, would you rather pay $12 for the
Some
season
people
or
use Braille, as I mentioned, Braille. So that's where we see the little dots. So they feel the dots. The dots correspond to phonetics and letters and numbers and things like that, so that they can read using raised dots. Very similar to the raised dots on the floor. Though they're not in a pattern per se, they're just raised dots, that texture change with smooth floor to bumpy floor. But your Braille is actually words. You can read a whole book in Braille. Okay, really expensive. You can get textbooks in Braille. You can get computer things that like create. There's all kinds of cool stuff with Braille. We're not going to talk about it. But the first 10 letters also represent like the first 10 numbers, so like 0 to 9. But that's there's like interchange. So you actually have to learn Braille. You can't just pick it up. There's a learning curve as well. So depending on your social determinants of health would determine whether you have access to Braille, learning ASL, those kind of things, right? Make sense? Some people have artificial eyes. Some people have a glass eye, an artificial eye. You might have a client who has an eye, okay? They may have removed their eye because of injury, might have lost their eyeball because of disease, right? Injury, trauma, random things like that. So whatever, we might have someone without an eyeball. They may or may not have a prosthetic eyeball. Don't have to, but they may or may not. Some are permanent. Others, they take it out at night and put it in the morning, like for real. But it depends on personal preference, depends on the prosthetic, depends all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, you can't just make up any person in their head. Wide variety of types of eye experiences. Wide variety of experiences with eyeball prosthesis. If it's removable, the client is likely removing it at night. They would clean it. Some people have like their eye is like permanently closed. I don't like to put soap on people's eyes, so I just like to use like just nice warm washcloth to try to make sure no like cuts. I don't know what the word is in English. In French, I would call them cuts. Is that like they're hard and your eyelashes get stuck, in the morning. That I don't know what word I want to use. I don't have an English word. The cuts is what I say in French, anyways. But that stuff, right? I will use it. I don't pick those off of a client, right? You use a warm compress. You warm them up and you soften them a bit, and then we can remove them from the eyelid. Yeah, Sandman stuff. But the hard, like the ouchy ones, right? They hurt even. That type of thing. I actually, that's right. I haven't put an eyeball in somebody's eye socket before. Personally, I've never put an eyeball in. But yeah, that crusty stuff. So, anyways, no matter the eye, no matter the ear, no matter the wound or whatever, we always are going to have like actual instructions because we're providing care. So it'll be actually laid out in your care plan how you would do anything like different or something. So if you're supposed to use a product, it'll be laid out in your care plan. If you're supposed to do something, certainly like you'll know. When you're erring on the side of caution, warm compress. Don't let things, don't be soaking things. Just warm compress, very gentle, and then always looking for signs of infection or things that aren't their normal would be. So I don't know how in depth we need to go with that, but most people can do their own insertion and taking out of the prosthesis. There are permanent ones, like I said, where they would stay in all of the time, so that might be a better fit for certain clientele. But it all depends on what you like, where you find yourself in the doctor's assessment and stuff, right? Depending on how well you'll do with it or why, right? There's always a reason. Ultimately, we need to help them to keep it clean, make sure that it's going in the appropriate, like if it has a special box to put it in, we're not just going to throw it in the Kleenex box beside their bed. Just like those dentures, those hearing aids, the glasses, like put it in the case where it belongs, put it at the bedside where it belongs, make sure that things are where they should be. Okay, so we're definitely going to be helping them prevent loss, prevent damage to it. We don't want it rolling down the hallway in the middle of the night because it rolled off the bed. It goes in its whatever the thing is, right? It has a home, put it in its home, so it can sleep as well. Okay. Let's see. Artificial eyes. Yeah, I said that. Might be because of trauma. Might be, all those. Yeah, where's my damn eyeball? Right? Oh my gosh, and I don't even want to play that game with the client. I don't even know how much those are. They probably expensive, right? How expensive are teeth and hearing aids? I bet you the eyeball is even more. I don't want that thing going anywhere. Right? Let's see. Yeah, permanent implants, maybe. Client usually can do their own care with it. We're going to prevent loss, damage, doing the support, and always watching for infection, skin breakdown, right? All those little things. Caring for clients with vision loss, they might be more tone sensitive, so they might be better at hearing. So Allison, you're always yelling. Like, I know I'm always yelling, guys. I'm sorry. It's very difficult for me in my real brain. It's like lost, right? You can just turn the volume up on your computer. But, right, like when I yell at the bloody computer, I yell at you when I'm talking, right? And in the classroom when I'm live with students, it's the same. I speak very loudly, and because I'm trying to, project my voice. I'm trying to get you all to, care how I care and see what the emphasis is, and I try to do that. And people are like, Allison, I'm sitting right beside you. You don't need to get that excited about lasagna. I'm right beside you. Stop talking so loud. That's such a habit that I have. I want to communicate. I've got this big voice. I need to get all this stuff out. But my vision loss clients, so their hearing might be a little more on point. So they may be saying, why are you always yelling in my room? So I might need to do a voice check on myself when I deal with my clients with vision impairment, maybe, right? Maybe not, but maybe. I'm just trying to find an example, right? But really, really important that I alert them to my presence, right? If they can't see me coming, I need to tell them that I'm coming. If they cannot see the cloth, if they can't see the straw, they can't see that straw, right? If you can't see it, you need help to find it. Don't forget I made those comments about I like to turn my dinner plate. I like to turn my dinner plate. I'll bring it closer. Dinner plate. Oh, come on. Dinner plate looks like a clock. Oh, you don't need me. Dinner plate looks a lot like a clock, doesn't it? So if you put the plate in front of the person, you can imagine the plate. 12 o'clock is straight up there on the other side. 6 o'clock right here. 3 o'clock, I can feel the plate to the 3 o'clock. I can feel my way to 9 o'clock. So when you sit me down and you say, here's the plate, Allison, you take my hand, you put my hand on the plate so I know where it is exactly. Okay. And then you say, and your water bottle is at 1 o'clock. And then you could bring my hand, okay? And then your potatoes are at about 9 o'clock. Your meat is about 6 o'clock. Your vegetables are over at 3 o'clock. Now I know where my drink is, so I can get it. I know generally where the food is, so I can find it. So use those references if the client can respond to them. Right? Not the right thing to do with my advanced stage 3 Alzheimer's. Fair? This is not the client for a plate turned into a clock, or write in Braille for them. Oh, Nastran's gonna go learn how to write Braille. She's gonna take the peas on the plate and she's gonna write in Braille with the food. But yeah, those type of references though, they're not the time or like north, south, east, west. Let's say you're not good with the time, but you know your directions. The same north, straight ahead. Doesn't matter where real north is. The plate, we're talking in reference to the plate. North, south, east, west. Well, I guess it's opposite for you when you're looking at me, but you can use those reference points. But yeah, that's not for your stage 3 dementia client. They have no idea what you're talking about. You're feeding them. So it has to still be the right client. The intervention, oh my God, right equipment, right intervention, right medication. Geez, look at that. Okay. Yeah, right, bet she conquers it before the end of the course. I wouldn't surprise me. The other things that we want to do with our our visually impaired clients, allow them to hold on to my arm if they want. I can walk one step ahead and give them my arm if they want. I mentioned give them location information. Your channel changer converter is on the right-hand side of your bed, and your Kleenex box is on the left-hand side. Okay, thank you. So they know where you put it. Easy peasy. Where's the garbage can? It's on the left-hand side of it. Can you move the garbage can to the right-hand side of the bed for me? Yes, I can. It's here now. Okay. Ooh. Okay, Nasra, we're waiting for you. If you're closing doors, tell your client. Our people with visual impairment rely on memory. Muscle memory, they know how many steps they can get out of their bed and walk to the bathroom without using their cane. Why? Because they know exactly the number of steps before they turn. They can feel it. They have this muscle memory. They know. They feel. You close a door, now they walked into the door. You move the couch, they'll walk into the couch. Every time we move the furniture, the dog is running around and smashing into everything. I have to lead the dog for a few days so he gets used to the new arrangement. So you never change. Oh, that did come up before. That was the song. I shared it. It was Linda, I think she wanted that. Where the guy comes home from the bar, he drank too much, and his wife moved the couch an inch. He woke the whole house up. He told everybody he came home late drinking because she moved the couch. So he was relying on muscle memory, right? In the dark. But our visually impaired clients are doing that daily in their lives. They know how far to walk. They know how far. They know how far to reach. They know how high up. They know that their coffee is here and the cream is here. So you come and you think you're being so nice and you clean up their whole house and you put things where you think they should go, where they make sense to you. Never do that. Put things back where you find them in those homes, okay? The person is expecting them to be there. That's really important. If you've ever had perhaps an in-law come over and decide to help you by cleaning your kitchen, and they go and reorganize your entire spice drawer because you have your spices organized by, I don't know, alphabetical, but they organize their spices by types of dish. Now you come and you're like, oh my gosh, why did they do this? What is going, don't change that person who has visual impairment. They're expecting those things to be in those locations. Ha! That one wasn't my mother-in-law. I don't let people in my kitchen, frankly. Get your paws off of my cupboard. It happened to my mother, and I learned from my mother never to let anyone in my spice cabinet except for me. So yes, my grandmother decided, and it was my mom's mom. It wasn't actually her mother-in-law. It was her own mother who came, and she was visiting, and she rearranged our entire kitchen. I couldn't find anything myself as a kid. I remember it was like but her organization didn't match our organization and our lives, so it was just a mess. But I remember my mom being so pissed for so long, for years. She would bring it up. Don't touch anyone's spice. You go to your boyfriend's mom's house. You don't. You cook something in her house. You don't touch that spice cupboard. If you don't know where it goes, you ask her. Don't even put the pepper away if you don't know where it goes. Right? The silverware drawer was a mess. Yeah, exactly. It's a funny story and it's a funny joke, but it has huge implications for our clients who rely on that uniformity in their home. They rely on the schedule, the placements of things, and they're counting on them to be there. The reason they're able to be independent is because of that organization. So if we go in and we think we're doing good, I'm going to clean their whole house for them. I really can set their independence back because they cannot find those things they need. It's a long-winded answer, but yeah, funny. But yeah, it was my grandma who screwed up my mom's kitchen, Tracy. That's exactly what happened. I learned that day. Kids learn by absorption, man. I learned that day. Master Ann, you waited so patiently.
So I was waiting. That song you were mentioning, it was me. I wanted the name of that song, and after I forgot the note, I lost my note, and I was looking, and I couldn't find it. It was on my brain for many nights.
Okay, here you go. It's Gord Bamford for you. Here, Nostra.
Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna put because YouTube has subtitles too. Anyways, it's not anything special. It's just a silly country song about drinking too much, but it's catchy and it just makes me laugh there. That he went for one. For you, Nasser, and the play on words is that he went for one, but he stayed till 2. He went for one drink, but he stayed at the bar until 2:00 in the morning. He came home after way more than one drink. That's the thesis. All of the stuff that's going on, why he couldn't get home after one drink, and then what his wife does there. So it's silly. You don't have to watch. You don't have to listen to it. For those of you who hate country music, don't even watch that. Don't. That was just the silly thing about that. Guidelines for clients with vision loss. You've got a box, where is it, 40-3 on page 924. And also the beautiful little, think about safety. That's a lot of what I just keep mentioning. I've been mentioning like throughout. Don't move the furniture. Orient your client to a new space. Oh yeah, that's a good one. If you bring them to the chapel, right? Maybe they just made a chapel, then you would not orient them, right? Walk around with them and tell them the things and like let them touch so that they can start to gauge, this is where I'm going to sit. This is where the priest is. This is the door. This is the exit. Those kind of things. What to look for. Also with the visually impaired clients, if you notice those texture changes in the floor or something like that, you can alert them to it as well. Like bring their attention to it. Say like, oh, you know what? I realize that there's not something formal on this floor, but I noticed that there actually is where the two flooring materials come up. You can actually feel the difference here, and then let them feel the difference, and then it will trigger them. They'll be able to remember that change in the floor happens before the main entrance or something like that. Those little tricks, those little helpful hints can do a world of difference in people's experience in their environments. Okay? Okay, fun. Cool. I'm good. I'm going to do workbook for a little while, or do you guys want independent, and we'll do workbook tomorrow? What do you want? Vote. Vote now. I'll put 2 and you can put likes. Independent or workbook. Just give me an idea here. Which one you like more? We'll get to it anyways. Of course, without a doubt, one each. Independent from Adriana. Hey, Nasrin.
Exactly. I wanted to relate these two together, that for organization, that song I was looking for, it was helping me that day. I was relating something to that music. So then I had to find that music to get to that point that I was looking for. So I lost both of them. That's why sometimes things related together. Sometimes you sign something and then you look for it. So that's very important for me, that sign. Now I can find what I was looking for that night.
It's actually interesting that you bring it up. I don't have any research in front of me, but anecdotally, I suppose I must have read it somewhere as well. We should study. We say, right? We want to practice how we want to play the game. They say often too, you should set your environment up for your studying a little bit similar to your test environment. So if you are not able to have music on when you write your test, then it's not necessarily good to study with music, because then you're associating the things you're reading with the music, and your brain is like open and flowing, and then you come to the test and it's silent, and you feel like your brain cannot find the things that you were used to. Studying in bed, in comfy bed, and then all of a sudden you're in this room and it's cold, and you're sitting in the chair at a table and you're not used to, and the whole experience is different. So there's something to be said. I mean, again, it's not a permanent marker box but a lot of people comment about they need to study in a more similar way to the testing environment. They find that helpful as a means of practice. Because it's very difficult to concentrate in the pure silence of test time, not being able to hum. Someone who's like, I'm always making noise like, and I tap, I'm like doing things. You can't do that in a test. It's like, I shouldn't study doing those habits because I can't do them in a test. But not necessarily a bad thing. But if you lost your concept and you had it well associated, then bring your pillow then. Yeah, exactly. Campaigning for independent. Please vote. Thank you. Myrna, politician. All right, we'll do it. It's 2:24. We'll take the last hour for independent study time. Please finish up that workbook stuff, though, so that we can take up at least chapter 40, or take up chapter, 37? I don't even know, whatever, 37 it was. We did chunks of that earlier, but now we have a whole pile more, so we can go through 37 and really go through that tomorrow. That's fine. So last hour today will be that. Let me pull up my, what have we got? The next one is, oh, you got two little activity sheets in your Brightspace. There's an eyeball and an ear. Go ahead and complete those using that website as well. This is the, for those of you who have forgotten, there's the coloring book. It's an awesome coloring book. You do the whole body for the nerds out there who want to do it all. And I use that word nerd. I love that word, even though I know it usually has a negative stereotype. I am one of them. So anybody, if you want to color all the whole body, go for it. But just make sure that you're not studying for the test, of course. The next chapter is 44, heat and cold applications is the next stuff. I think that's what we're doing tomorrow. Maybe? Is that where we're, or am I on the wrong day? Hearing and vision, I don't know what I'm doing. We're in there somewhere. 44 is the next one on the list, I think, because this was 40 for hearing and vision. Trying to do it a day in advance, right? So the next chapter will be 44, heat and cold applications will be next. So you can work ahead, of course. And then tomorrow we'll pick up and we'll do a whole chunk of workbook stuff then. So goals for workbook tomorrow, we can make, 37, 40, 34, like that order, kind of. I know they're probably going to have more to do, but we'll start that order. I think that was the order that we did readings anyways. So we'll stick to a loose plan for that. All right. Please do get working on the assignment. Do not leave it till Thursday night. Yep. even just get the reading done today so that tomorrow is a little independent study time. Then you can go. The lecture for oxygen therapy is going to be like, I don't know, like Thursday or something. Like it's a little bit further on in the course. I am going to talk about it. So like I said, it's not going to be due until Friday. So if you want to wait until we have the lecture, ask some extra questions, like that's cool, but have it majority of it done so you don't have to do a big deal on first night at least. But yeah, go ahead and work through. There is an oxygen chapter, do not forget that, as well as a sheet in the Bright Space to help you with that. As well as like the chapter 17 respiratory section itself might have some info. So you have this resource here for you. There's info in here. You can't get her done. So yeah, Bob's your uncle. I'm sitting here if you need me. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good study hall. No, Mina, you don't need to submit it to me. It's for you guys to learn. To reinforce your learning.
Alish May, salamat. Salamat sa pagpunta, Alish May. Natapos din ang teacher ko sa sa kaka-lecture. I'll try to make something, a cake today. Tingnan natin. Alish May, thank you. Napagod din ang beauty ko.
Focus on home care, dry heat applications box. Warm compresses. Warm compresses are moist heat applications. A compress is a soft pad that is moistened and applied over a body area. Compresses can be hot or cold. A 1018 compress is usually made of cloth, for example, a washcloth, small towel, or gauze dressing. Your supervisor will tell you how long to leave the application in place, never more than 15 minutes. As with all heat applications, before applying the compress, test to see if it is too hot by placing a small corner of it on the inner aspect of your wrist. Check the skin every 5 minutes. To maintain the temperature, change the compress frequently. A layer of plastic wrap and a dry towel can be used to cover the compress and retain the heat. Sometimes the care plan may order commercial compresses, which are pre-moistened and packaged in foil. Before you unwrap them, they are heated under an infrared lamp, as instructed by the manufacturer. Then they are unwrapped and applied in the same manner as homemade hot compresses. Commercial compresses are used once and then discarded. Focus on home care. Dry heat applications. Wheat or bean bags. The use of wheat bags, or bean bags, has become very popular because they are easy to use and inexpensive. They can even be made at home. These bags are warmed in the microwave, but the length of warming time depends on size, components, and the heating power of the client's microwave. If the client's care plan instructs you to apply them, you should always do the following. Heat the bag in the microwave only for the length of time specified in the client's care plan. Never leave the bean bag unattended while it is heating in the microwave. The contents can spark or even catch on fire, similar to microwave popcorn. Always remove the bag immediately if you begin to smell something burning. After heating, shake the bag in order to mix the beans inside, as they usually heat unevenly. Never place these bags directly on skin. They should always be wrapped in a pad or towel to avoid injuring the client. Check with your supervisor if you are unsure of the type of cover you should use. Heating pads, electric blankets, and hot water bottles. Some of your home care clients may have electric heating pads or hot water bottles that apply dry heat. These items create serious fire and burn risks, so support workers are usually not permitted to apply electric heating pads or hot water bottles. If a client asks you to apply an electric heating pad or hot water bottle, explain that your employer's policy does not allow you to do this. Find another way to provide warmth to the client, such as giving a blanket or a sweater, and tell your supervisor about the client's request. If the client insists on using a heating pad or hot water bottle while you are on duty, the client may need to sign a legal waiver, sometimes called a negotiated risk agreement, with your supervisor before you can apply it. 1019. Applying warm compresses. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. See Box 124 on P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2.
Okay.
Explain the procedure to the client.
Iwan ko muna kayo, guys.
3.
Magluto muna akit.
Practice proper hand hygiene.
Balik lang ako, sandali lang
4.
ha.
Collect the following supplies. Basin. Bath thermometer. Small towel, washcloth, or gauze squares. Ties, tape, or rolled gauze. Bath towel, large towel, or clean sheet. Waterproof pad. By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Provide for privacy. 6. Place the waterproof pad under the body part to be treated. This keeps the bedding dry. 7. Fill the basin 1/2 to 2/3 full with hot water, as directed by your supervisor. Measure the water temperature. Water can easily spill from an overfilled basin if it is carried. 8. Place the compress in the water. 9. Wring out the compress. The compress should be wet enough to be effective, but not dripping. 10. Apply the compress to the area. Note the time. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries in the client. 11. Ask the client if the compress feels comfortable. If the client is comfortable, cover the compress quickly with plastic wrap. Cover the plastic wrap with a bath towel. Figure 44-2. Figure 44-2. Cover a warm compress with plastic and a bath towel to prevent the compress from cooling down too quickly. Secure the towel in place with ties, tape, or rolled gauze. The plastic wrap prevents the towel from absorbing the moisture. The towel maintains the warmth of the compress as long as possible. 12. Place the call bell within reach. Follow the care plan for bed rail use. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 13. Check the area every 5 minutes. The compress should never be applied longer than 15 minutes. Check for redness and complaints of pain, discomfort, or numbness. Remove the compress if any of these signs occur, and tell your supervisor immediately. These are signs of thermal injuries and should be acted on quickly to avoid client injury. 14. Change the compress if it cools down. The compress is effective as long as it is warm. 15. Remove the compress after 15 minutes or sooner, as directed by your supervisor. Pat the area dry with the towel. Drying the skin with the patting motion is gentler than rubbing it with the towel. 1020. Post-procedure. 16. Provide for safety and comfort. 17. Remove privacy measures. 18. Clean the equipment. Discard disposable items. Wear gloves for this step. 19. Follow employer policy for handling soiled linen. 20. Practice proper hand hygiene. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Warm soaks. A warm soak is a warm, moist application that involves immersing a body part into
Thank
heated
you,
water to promote
Abishme.
circulation and muscle relaxation. Warm soaks are usually used for smaller body parts, such as a hand, lower arm, foot, or lower leg.
Thank you for staying.
Figure 44-3. A tub is used to soak larger parts, arm, leg, or torso. The soak lasts 15 minutes. Maintain the client's comfort and body alignment during the warm soak. Figure 44-3. The warm soak. Remove Remember to check the water temperature before soaking the body part. If the water is too hot, the skin can be burned as soon as it touches the water. If a water thermometer is not available, test the water by dipping your inner wrist in the water. If the water feels too warm, add some cold water and mix it in well. Change the water, as necessary, to correct the temperature. Never add hot water while the body part is in the basin because you can burn the client. Instead, have the client remove the body part from the basin, assisting as necessary. Then you can safely add more hot water. Test the temperature again before assisting the client to put the body part back into the soak. The warm soak. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1 to 4. On. P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies: water basin or an arm or foot bath, bath thermometer, bath blanket, large towel, or clean sheet, waterproof pad. By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Provide for privacy. Procedure. 6. Position the client for treatment. The client will be more likely to participate if comfortable. 7. Place the call bell within reach. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 8. Place a waterproof pad under the area to be treated. This keeps the bedding dry. 9. Fill the water basin half full with warm water, as directed by your supervisor. Measure the water temperature. If a water thermometer is not available, test the water by dipping your inner wrist in the water. If the water feels too warm, add some cold water and mix it in well. It is important to ensure that the water is not too hot so as to avoid causing thermal injuries to the client. 10. Place the client's body part into the water. Pad the edge of the basin with the towel. Note the time. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries to the client. 11. Cover the client with a bath blanket, large towel, or clean sheet for extra warmth. This ensures client warmth and privacy. 12. Check the area every 5 minutes. Check for redness and complaints of pain, discomfort, or numbness. Discontinue the soak if any of these signs are noticed. Wrap the body part in a towel, and inform your supervisor at once. This reduces the risk for client injury. 13. Check water temperature every 5 minutes. Change the water, as necessary. Wrap the body part in a towel while changing the water. This prevents chilling of the client. 14. Remove the body part from the water after 15 minutes. Pat dry. Drying the skin with a patting motion is gentler than rubbing it with the towel. Post-procedure. 15. Follow steps 16 through 20 in the procedure, applying warm compresses, on. Page 1019. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. The sitz bath. The sitz bath, also considered to be a warm, moist application, involves immersing the perineal and rectal areas in warm or hot water. Sitz in German means seat. Some agencies use bidets instead of sitz baths. With bidets, the perineal and rectal areas are not immersed, but warm water gently flows over the area. Bidets have many of the beneficial effects of sitz baths. Sitz baths, usually lasting for about 15 minutes, are used after rectal surgery, female pelvic surgery, childbirth, and as treatment for hemorrhoids. They are used for the following purposes: to clean perineal or anal wounds, to promote healing, to relieve pain and soreness, to increase circulation, to stimulate voiding. The disposable plastic sitz bath fits onto the toilet seat. Figure 44-4. Plastic tubing runs from the bowl 1022 of the sitz bath to a water bag, and a plastic clamp closes the tubing. The sitz bath is filled with water at an appropriate temperature. Check with your supervisor to determine a safe temperature. The water bag is filled with warmer water. As the water in the sitz bath cools, the tubing is unclamped to allow the warmer water from the bag to flow into the sitz bath. Figure 44-4. A disposable sitz bath with water bag, tubing, and clamp. A sitz tub is a built-in fixture with a deep seat. The client sits in a seat filled with water. Figure 44-5, with the feet resting flat on the floor. Do not use an ordinary bathtub for a sitz bath. Immersing the legs and feet decreases the effectiveness of the procedure. Figure 44-5. The built-in sitz tub. A blanket covers the client's legs to keep him warm and to respect his need for privacy. When a person uses a sitz bath, blood flow to the perineal and rectal areas increases. As blood flow to other body parts is reduced, the client may feel chilled. Cover the client's shoulders and knees for warmth. Reduced blood flow may also make the client feel faint, dizzy, weak, or drowsy. Check the client every 5 minutes for these signs. Stay in the room if it is not safe to leave the client alone. Allow as much privacy as possible. If it is safe to leave, place the call bell within the client's reach, or remain within easy hearing distance. Assisting the client to take a sitz bath. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1-4, on. P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies: bath thermometer, large water container, 2 bath blankets, sheets, or large towels and clean garments, footstool, if the client is short, disinfectant solution, utility gloves, disposable sitz bath, if used, wheelchair, if a built-in sitz tub is used, By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Provide for privacy. Procedure. 6. Assist the client to the bathroom or commode. Encourage the client to eliminate before the procedure. Sitting in a sitz bath can give some clients the urge to void. This urge is reduced by having them eliminate prior to the sitz bath. 7. If using a disposable sitz bath, A. Place the disposable sitz bath on the toilet seat. B. Fill the sitz bath 2/3 full with water. Measure the water temperature. Your supervisor will tell you what water temperature to use. If a water thermometer is not available, test the water by dipping your inner wrist in the water. If the water feels too warm, add some cold water and mix it in well. C. Close the clamp on the tubing. D. Fill the water bag with warmer water than that in the bowl. Your supervisor will tell you what water temperature to use. Measure the water temperature. E. Hang the bag on a towel bar or from the top of the toilet tank. The bag must be at a higher level than the toilet seat. It is important to ensure that the water is not too hot so as to avoid causing thermal injuries to the client. A. If using a built-in sitz tub, A. Transport the client by wheelchair to the room with the sitz bath. B. Fill the sitz bath 2/3 full with water. Your supervisor will tell you what water temperature to use. Measure the water temperature with the thermometer or your inner wrist. C. Use towels to pad the metal part of the sitz tub that may be in contact with the client. This will provide comfort for the client, as metal parts can feel hotter, or colder, to the client than the rest of the sitz bath. 9. Assist the client to remove or lower clothing below the waist, or raise the client's gown above the waist. This will prevent clothing from getting wet. 10. Assist the client to sit in the sitz bath. Providing assistance reduces the risk for client injury. 11. Place a bath blanket, sheet, or large towel around the client's shoulders. Place another over the legs for warmth. This ensures client warmth and privacy. 12. Provide a footstool if the edge of the sitz bath causes pressure under the knees. This reduces the risk for client injury. 13. Show the client how to open the clamp of a disposable sitz bath to let warmer water from the bag flow into the sitz bath. Assist as necessary. 14. Place the call bell within reach. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 15. Stay with the client who is weak or unsteady. This reduces the risk for client injury. 16. Check the client every 5 minutes for complaints or signs of weakness, faintness, and drowsiness. Check for a rapid pulse. If any signs occur, get assistance to help the client back to bed. These are signs of thermal shock or fainting and should be acted on quickly to avoid client injury. 17. Assist the client out of the sitz bath after 15 minutes or as directed by your supervisor. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries in the client. 18. Assist the client with drying off and dressing. This ensures client safety. 19. Assist the client back to the hospital room or bedroom. Post-procedure. 20. Provide for safety and comfort. 21. Remove privacy measures. 22. Clean the sitz bath with disinfectant solution. Wear utility gloves. 23. Clean and return reusable items to their proper places. This makes them easier to find the next time they are needed. 24. Follow employer policy for handling soiled linen. Wear gloves for this step. 25. Practice proper hand hygiene. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Warm packs. A pack is a treatment that involves wrapping a body part with a wet or dry application. The application can be either warm or cold. Single-use, disposable, or reusable commercial packs are available. Figure 44-6. Some, such as some commercial gel packs, can be used alternately for heat and cold. The manufacturer's instructions will tell you how to activate the heat or cold. Figure 44-6. Commercial gel pack. The manufacturer's instructions explain how to activate the heat. Aquathermia pad is a waterproof plastic or rubber pad that can be applied to areas of muscle sprain, edema, or mild inflammation in the place of a heating pad or cold pack. Figure 44-7. The pad contains channels through which heated or cooled water flows. The device is connected by hoses to a 1024 bedside control unit that contains a temperature regulator, a motor for circulating the water, and a reservoir of distilled water. Figure 44-7. An Aquathermia pad, source, Potter, PA, and Perry, AG, 2005. Fundamentals of Nursing, 6th ed., p. 1559. St. Louis, Missouri, Mosby. Some warm packs are put in boiling water for a few minutes or warmed in a microwave oven. Other types of packs require kneading or squeezing in order to activate them to heat up. Some packs can be either warmed in hot water, to heat, or placed in the freezer, to cool. Always read warning labels, and follow the manufacturer's safety instructions. Reusable packs should never be placed directly on skin but should be covered with a clean, dry cloth, such as a dishcloth or towel. Follow employer policy and the manufacturer's instructions regarding how to cover the packs for use and how to clean them after use, typically by wiping with alcohol or washing with soap and water. 1025. Applying a warm pack. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1-4, on P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies: commercial pack or Aquathermia pad, towel, pack cover, ties, tape, or rolled gauze, if needed, waterproof pad, By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Heat the pack. Follow the manufacturer's instructions. The manufacturer's instructions should always be followed to prevent thermal injuries. 6. Put the pack in the cupboard. This reduces the risk of the client getting burned. 7. Provide for privacy. Procedure. 8. Place the pad under the body part. 9. Apply the pack quickly. Note the time. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries in the client. 10. Secure the pack in place with ties, tape, or rolled gauze. Some packs are secured with Velcro straps. Figure 44-8. Securing the pad prevents it from slipping and keeps the heat contained. Figure 44-8. Warm pack secured with Velcro. 11. Place the call bell within reach. Follow the care plan for bed rail use. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 12. Check the area every 5 minutes for redness and check for complaints of pain, discomfort, or numbness. Remove the pack if any occur. Tell your supervisor at once. These are signs of thermal injuries and should be acted on quickly to avoid client injury. 13. Change the pack if it cools down. The pack loses its effectiveness after it cools down. 14. Remove the pack after 15 minutes or sooner, as directed by your supervisor. Pat the area dry with the towel. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries to the client. 1026. Post-procedure. 15. Follow steps 16 through 20 in the procedure applying warm compresses on page 1020. 16. If the pack is reusable, clean it according to employer policy and the manufacturer's instructions. Return the pack to its proper location. This makes it easier to find the next time it is needed. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Cold applications. Cold applications are often used to treat sprains, fractures, and fever. See Box 44-2. They reduce pain, prevent swelling, and decrease circulation and bleeding. Cold applications also cool the body when fever is present. Box 44-2. Focus on first aid. Remember. RISE for recent injuries. If someone you know or are caring for has suffered a recent injury, you should remember the acronym that you probably learned in your first aid class, RISE. Arrest the limb. Do not try to use it. I apply ice packs to reduce swelling and decrease pain. C. Compression. Wrapping. Compression bandage, designed to provide pressure to a particular area, also known as a tensor bandage, around the affected part, ensuring that it is not too tight. Signs that it is too tight include tingling and numbness, followed by increased pain and poor circulation, loss of color of the skin in the extremities of the affected body part. Elevate the limb to reduce possible swelling. Remember that the client should be assessed by a healthcare provider as soon as possible to determine if a fracture has occurred. Cold has the opposite effect of heat on body functions. When cold is applied to the skin, blood vessels constrict. See Figure 44-1, C, on P1014, resulting in decreased blood flow to the area and less oxygen and fewer nutrients being carried to the tissues. Cold applications are useful immediately after an injury. The decreased circulation reduces the amount of bleeding, bruising, and swelling, and cold has a numbing effect on the skin, which helps reduce or relieve pain in the affected part. Complications. Cold applications should never be used on old injuries, as they can actually cause tissue damage, since the tissue over the old injury may be less sensitive to the cold. This tissue damage is called frostbite, a medical condition in which damage is caused to skin and other tissues due to extreme cold. Signs of frostbite include blisters, pale, white, or gray skin, cyanosis, shivering, numbness, pain, and burning. Complications of cold applications include pain, burns, blisters, and cyanosis. Burns and blisters tend to occur due to applications being in direct contact with skin. It is your responsibility to check clients every 5 minutes, or more frequently for those who are at high risk for complications. See the Think About Safety, Clients at High Risk from Heat or Cold Applications box, on P1016, and to follow the guidelines listed in Box 44-1 on Page 1017 in order to prevent injuries from cold applications. Be sure to peek under the application to inspect the skin. 1027. In general, cold applications should be applied and removed in 15-minute intervals, 15 minutes on and 15 minutes off. Timely removal of the cold application helps prevent tissue damage resulting from overconstricted blood vessels. Moist and dry cold applications. Cold applications can be moist or dry. Dry cold ice bag, ice collar, or ice glove. Moist cold compress. Moist or dry cold packs. Moist cold applications penetrate deeper than dry ones, so the temperatures of moist applications should not be as low as those of dry applications. You should check the skin frequently, at least every 5 minutes, or more often, as directed by your supervisor. Ice bags, ice collars, ice gloves, and dry cold packs. Ice bags, ice collars, and ice gloves are dry cold applications. The devices are filled with crushed ice. Both reusable and single-use, disposable. Cold packs are available commercially. To activate the cold, follow the manufacturer's instructions. You may need to strike, knead, or squeeze the pack. After use, reusable cold packs are cleaned and then kept in the freezer. Devices with an outer covering can be placed directly on skin. Devices that come without a cover should be wrapped in a towel, pillowcase, or dishcloth. When the covering becomes moist, remove it and apply a dry one. See Focus on Home Care, Ice Packs. Focus on Home Care. Ice Packs. Disposable ice packs are commonly used in home settings. They are kept in the freezer until needed. A bag of frozen vegetables can be used as a makeshift ice pack. However, make sure the vegetables are not eaten later. Alternatively, plastic bags can be filled with ice, closed securely to prevent leaks, wrapped in a clean towel, dishcloth, or pillowcase, and used as ice packs. Remember to apply an ice pack only if your supervisor assigns this task to you, if you are familiar with your responsibilities, and if it is within your scope of practice in your province or territory. Cold compresses. A cold compress is a moist application that should not be left in place longer than 15 minutes. As with all heat and cold applications, the skin under the cold compress should be checked every 5 minutes for signs of blistering, increased pain, or frostbite. Applying an ice pack, ice collar, or dry cold pack. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1 to 4, on. P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect a cold pack with cover or the following supplies: ice bag, collar, or glove, crushed ice, 1028, cover, dishcloth, towel, or pillowcase, paper towels. By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Applying an ice bag, collar, or glove. A. Fill it with water and place the stopper. Turn the device upside down to check for leaks. B. Empty the device. C. Fill the device 1/2 to 2/3 full with crushed ice or ice chips. Figure 44-9. Figure 44-9. D. Remove excess air by bending, twisting, or squeezing the device, or pressing it against a firm surface. Excess air in the ice bag will reduce its effectiveness by creating an air barrier between the ice and the client's skin. E. Place the cap or stopper on securely. F. Dry the device with the paper towels. G. Place the device in the cover. 6. Applying a cold pack. A. Squeeze, knead, or strike the disposable cold pack, as directed by the manufacturer. This activates a chemical reaction to produce cold. B. Place the device in the cover. 7. Provide for privacy. Procedure. 8. Apply the device to the appropriate body part, as stated in the client's care plan. Secure it in place with ties, tape, or rolled gauze. Note the time. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries in the client. 9. Place the call bell within reach. Follow the care plan for bed rail use. Asterisk. The call bell is a safe and easy way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 10. Check the skin every 5 minutes. Check for signs of frostbite, including blisters, pale, white, or gray skin, cyanosis, shivering, numbness, pain, and burning. Remove the device if any of these signs occur. Tell your supervisor at once. These are signs of thermal injuries and should be acted on quickly to avoid client injury. 11. Remove the device after 15 minutes or as directed by your supervisor. It is important to time all heat and cold treatments to avoid thermal injuries in the client. 12. Provide for safety and comfort. 13. Remove privacy measures. 14. Clean equipment and the reusable cold pack, if used, according to employer policy and manufacturer's instructions. Discard disposable items, including the disposable ice pack, if used. Wear gloves for this step, and practice proper hand hygiene after removing and discarding the gloves. Return the pack to its proper location. This makes it easier to find the next time it is needed. 1029. 15. Follow employer policy for disposing of soiled linen. 16. Practice proper hand hygiene. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Applying cold compresses. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1 to 4. On. P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies. Large basin with ice. Small basin with cold water. Gauze squares, washcloths, or small towels. Waterproof pad. Bath towel. By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Provide for privacy. Procedure. 6. Place the small basin with cold water into the large basin with ice. The ice will keep the water in the small basin cold but will keep the ice separate, making it easier to wring out the compresses. 7. Place the compresses into the cold water. 8. Place the waterproof pad under the body part.
Triple J Mix Vlog.
This keeps the
Thank
furniture
you
or bedding
for
under the body
coming.
part dry. 9.
Si Jenna ba?
927.
Bakush.
Chapter 41. Oxygen needs. Objectives.
Kumusta?
After reading this chapter, the
Kumusta
learner
ang
should be
buhay
able to
dyan,
do the following.
Bakush? Eto,
Describe factors that affect oxygen needs.
nag-aaral-aral daw.
Identify the signs and symptoms of hypoxia and altered respiratory
Hindi naman
function.
mag-aaral ng bakla.
Large basin with ice. Describe tests used to diagnose respiratory problems.
Kumusta dyan? Kumusta ang love life
Explain
namin?
measures that promote oxygenation.
Ah,
Describe devices used to
Kumusta,
administer
Baklosh?
oxygen. Explain how to safely assist a client with oxygen therapy. Describe the safety measures for suctioning. Explain how to assist in the care of clients with artificial airways, on mechanical ventilation, and with chest tubes. Apply the procedures described in this chapter to clinical practice properly. 928. Key terms. Apnea,
Direct live ako. Nag-direct live
the lack
ako.
or absence
Hindi ako
A,
gumamit
of
ng
breathing.
StreamYard.
Apnea. P932.
Kasi mas malaki ang WH kapag direct.
Bradypnea. Slow, brady, breathing, Nia, respirations are fewer than 12 per minute. P932. Chest tube. A hollow plastic tube surgically inserted into the chest
Ano
cavity,
lang,
which allows for the
madali lang
removal
naman
of
eh.
trapped
Doon
air,
sa,
pneumothorax, and the drainage
Pag
of
ano
blood
mo,
or fluid,
di
hemothorax
ba
or
meron
pleural
kang
effusion.
option dyan kung mag-upload or mag-live?
P956.
Diretso ka na doon sa live.
Cheney, Stokes. Respirations that
Paano
gradually increase
Kita
in
ko
rate and
sa'yo.
depth and then become shallow and slow. Breathing may stop. Apnea. For 10 to 20
Kali dito,
seconds.
ganito siya.
P932.
Meron kang option, upload video or go
Cyanosis.
live. Mag-go live ka diretso.
An abnormal condition, evidenced by bluish
Hindi,
color in the skin,
ah,
lips, mucous
buksan mo mga
membranes,
ilaw
and
sa
nail beds
gilid.
caused by a lack of oxygenated blood in the
Ang
visible
ginamit ko
tissues.
yung ilaw ko sa
P933.
window ko.
Distilled water.
Bukas lahat.
Sterile and pure
Hindi
water
pa ako
that has
pwede
been boiled
makagamit
and
sa
allowed
phone
to
eh. Hindi
cool
pa
and
ako
condense.
umabot ng 1,000.
P943.
Sa ano ito,
Yuki.
laptop ko. Kung
Normal
sana
breathing.
abot ako ng 1,000, yay. Makaano ako,
931.
makadirect. Hindi pa ako pwede mag-direct eh.
Face mask.
Hindi pa pwede diretso sa cellphone.
A mask used to deliver oxygen that covers the
Hintayin pang
client's nose
umabot
and
ng
mouth.
1,000 bago
P941.
maka-direct sa cellphone.
Flow meter. A device that
Walang
regulates the
camera
flow
ang
of
laptop
oxygen
mo?
to the nasal cannula or face
Mm.
mask. P940. Flow rate.
Ang subs ko, ano pa lang, 700
The
plus pa lang.
volume of a substance, such as oxygen or fluids,
Ang
administered over a prescribed period.
WH ko,
P942.
parang,
Hemoptysis,
ilan na nga ba yung
Bloody,
WH ko?
hema, sputum, tysis, meaning to spit.
Hindi ko na-check yung WH ko eh.
P931. Humidified
Kailangan pa?
oxygen. Oxygen that contains water vapor.
Sana nga makaabot ako.
P943.
Try mo gamitin yung
Hyperventilation.
tapos ilaw,
Respirations that are more
maayos
rapid,
na ilaw lang
hyper, and deeper than normal.
para
P932.
maliwanag. Ang sa akin kasi may window ako dito eh.
Hypoventilation. Respirations that are slow, hypo, shallow, and sometimes irregular. P932. Hypoxia. A deficiency, hypo, of oxygen in the cells, oxia. P932.
On
Intubation.
death ko, thank you madam.
The process of inserting an
Bukas lahat
artificial
ng
earplug.
ilaw sa live ko.
P949.
Ang ilaw ko lang na nakabukas yung sa may
A small
dining
respiration.
area lang. Yung lang ang
Deep,
nakabukas sa
Rapid
akin.
respiration characteristic of diabetic acidosis or other conditions causing acidosis. P932. Mechanical ventilation. The use of a ventilator to move air into and out of the lungs. P954. Nasal cannula. A flexible tube inserted into the nares of the nose to deliver oxygen. P940. Orthopnea. Shortness of breath. Dyspnea. When lying in a flat or supine position. Ability to breathe comfortably. Pnea. Only when sitting or standing. Ortho. P929. Orthopneic position.
Ang problem
Sitting
ko,
up,
direct
ortho,
live ako eh.
and leaning over a table to breathe.
Bakit di mo makita? Direct
P933.
naman yan siya eh. Pag open mo ng live,
Oxygen
mag-open din
conserving
ka agad
devices.
yung camera mo. Or di kaya punta ka sa
Devices that help
setting.
reduce oxygen wastage.
Punta ka sa setting, buksan mo
P939.
ang camera at saka ang iyong tawag nito, yung
A harmful
audio.
chemical or substance in air or water. P931.
On death call, mega love shout out, sabi ni
Respiratory
Tribal
arrest.
J Mix Vlog.
Stoppage of breathing. P930. Respiratory depression. Slow, weak respirations at a rate of fewer than 12 per minute. Respirations are not deep enough to bring enough air into the lungs. P930. SOB. Acronym for short of breath P929. SOBO. Acronym for short of breath on exertion P929. Sputum. Mucus from the respiratory system
Alaw
that is
naman yung camera ko
expectorated,
close.
expelled through the mouth.
Oh, bakit hindi
P946.
lalabas ang ano?
Suctioning.
Bakit kaya?
The process of
Baka
withdrawing or
naka-cover
sucking
ang
up
ano
fluid.
mo. Tingnan mo nga kasi
secretions.
may camera na ano dyan. Kung naka-cover
P952.
yan siya, hindi rin pa rin mag ano. Hindi ka pa rin makakuha ng view.
Rapid, tatchy, breathing, NIA, respirations are 24 or more per minute. P932. Tracheostomy. A
Anong
surgically
browser gamit
created
ko?
opening,
Ano?
ostomy,
Chrome.
the neck into the trachea.
Chrome ba?
trachea.
Tingnan ko ha.
P950.
Chrome ba ang gamit ko?
Ventilator.
Google Chrome ako.
A machine used to provide airflow into and out of the lungs. P954.
Na-Google Chrome
Oxygen.
ako.
O2 is a gas that is part of the air we breathe. It has no taste, odor, or color. Oxygen is the most important basic need for life, and without it, death will occur within minutes. Breathing is something that we take for granted until we experience difficulty breathing. People who have certain illnesses or are in stressful
Try mo, mag-Google
situations
Chrome
might
ka.
experience
Bakit
difficulty
ano ba sa'yo,
breathing, which
Safari?
can affect the amount of oxygen in their blood cells. As a support worker, you will often work with clients who have difficulty breathing or absorbing enough oxygen into their bodies. To survive, these 929 clients require
Nag-school
oxygen,
ako.
which is supplied to them through a nasal
Tapos na ang
tube or
klase
mask.
ko, so
It is your responsibility
Nag-review
to know
na
how to
lang.
provide safe and effective care to clients.
kaya
Figure 41 to 1.
eto,
See
walang ginagawa na.
Chapter 17 for a description of the respiratory system. Figure 41 to 1. Respiratory system. Oxygen therapy is handled in the same way as any medication. The physician prescribes the amount of oxygen, the device to use, and the times
Ikaw,
for
malapit
therapy.
ka na ba?
Some clients may need
Malapit
oxygen
na ang ano
constantly,
mo? Malapit ka na
whereas others
matapos?
may need it for relief of symptoms such as chest pain, in those with heart disease, or shortness of breath.
Salamat ako
In
dyan sa mga
clients with
nagtambay kahit
respiratory
wala naman akong
diseases who may have
ginagawa.
enough oxygen while at
Nandyan
rest
si
but
Alice
become short of
May.
breath with mild activity.
Nandyan si Madam on death
As with
call.
any task, before
Very
giving or assisting
supportive.
with any care described in this chapter, you should make sure of the
Nandyan
following.
ang kanyang mga ano.
Your province or territory allows you
Nandyan
to perform
si
the task.
Glow Trenders. She, ano
The
din.
task is in
Si
your
Glow
job description
Trenders.
at your facility or agency.
At saka si Glow Daran sa
You have the necessary training.
Kung malaoy, ang galing kong magbasa.
You know how to use the equipment.
Gawin daran sa raso rasuman. Salamalaikum. Salamalaikum.
You have reviewed the task
Thank
with the
you.
nurse.
O, diba? Alam ko ang
A
salamalaikum.
nurse or respiratory technician will supervise you.
Salamat. Salamat
Factors
sa
affecting
pagpunta.
oxygen needs. For cells to get enough oxygen, the
Kulang din ako ng
respiratory and
WH.
cardiovascular systems
Pero
must
ang ano
function
mo,
properly.
Okay na ba,
Any
Klosh?
disease, injury, or surgery involving these systems can
Okay na
affect
ba
the
ang...
body's ability to absorb oxygen from the air and deliver it to the
Oh, nandito
cells.
si Mahal na
Body
Hari.
systems depend
Team
on each other,
Budots.
so altered function of any
Thank you,
system,
Mahal na Hari,
example
sa
nervous,
pagpasugod ng iyong mga
musculoskeletal,
budots. Ano?
urinary system,
Alagad.
can affect oxygen absorption and delivery. Major factors affecting oxygen absorption and delivery are discussed in
Ang tao sa bahay mo, okay na?
Box 41 to 1.
Baklosh?
Box
Kulang
41
pa rin
to
eh.
1.
Malayo
Factors affecting
pa.
oxygen needs.
Oh, okay na. That's good. That's good.
Respiratory system function. The airway must be open, patent,
Ewan
and
ko,
there must
hindi
be an
umaangat
adequate
yung
number
tao
of
ko.
alveoli, single-celled air sacs in
Kahit
the lungs,
step
to effectively absorb oxygen and
Pasensya, hindi
excrete
ako
carbon
marunong
dioxide,
mag-pronounce.
CO2, which is a waste product. Cardiovascular system function. Oxygen is required by all cells to produce energy to carry out their proper functions,
Salamat.
and blood must flow
Salamat.
normally to and from the heart to all bodily cells.
Turuan mo nga ako paano
When
makakuha
blood
ng
vessels
maraming
are
tao sa
narrowed by
bahay.
disease or other causes, blood
Kulang
flow
pa
will be
ako
affected. Capillaries and cells must exchange O2 and CO2 efficiently. Red blood cell count. Blood must have enough red blood cells, RBCs, which are produced in bone marrow and contain hemoglobin. Hemoglobin contains iron, and it picks up oxygen in the lungs and carries it to the cells.
Glowenda, Rans,
Health
Razu,
challenges that reduce
Razuman.
RBCs
Hi,
in the
my
blood include
friend. Sabi
chemotherapy,
ni
leukemia,
Tribal
iron
J,
deficiency,
Mix
anemia,
Blood.
and blood loss. Nervous system function. Nervous system diseases and injuries can affect respiratory muscles, making breathing difficult or impossible. Brain injury as well as use of narcotics and depressant drugs can affect the respiratory rate, rhythm, and depth. Aging. Respiratory muscles weaken and lung tissue becomes less elastic with advancing age, making coughing more difficult. If the person cannot cough to remove secretions from the upper airway, pneumonia, infection of the lungs, can develop. For this reason, older adults are at risk for respiratory complications after surgery. Exercise. The body requires more O2
Team
when it is
Budot,
exercised
salamat Team
to
Budot
supply
sa
energy needed by
pagpunta.
cells. The O2 demand throughout the body is usually met by increasing the respiratory rate and depth in the lungs.
Salamat,
Clients with heart and
salamat.
respiratory disease may have enough O2 while they are at rest, but with even a slight increase in activity, their bodies may not be able to bring in enough
Salamat sa
O2 and
pagsali
deliver it
at
to the cells for energy.
pag
This
sabay
lack of
sa
O2
aking
stresses the heart and
pag-aaral.
lungs, which,
Abdul
like all
Kashim,
tissues,
hi,
require
sabi ni
oxygen to
Triple
perform
J
their
Mix
necessary
Blood.
tasks. Fever. When fever is present, O2 needs increase because the body is working hard to fight the infection that is causing the fever. The metabolic rate also increases. To keep up with the body's O2 needs, the respiratory rate and depth must increase. Pain. Pain increases the need for O2, so the body responds by increasing the respiration rate and depth. Clients with chest and abdominal injuries or surgeries are unwilling or unable to take
Yes,
deep
sir,
breaths
Max.
because of the pain caused by
Yeah,
breathing in and out,
thank you kay
which
Sir
further
Mark
increases their
Zeb
need for O2.
TV
The
sa
extra O2
support
they need is,
and
therefore,
support to you,
supplied to
Habibi.
them by
Thank
way of a
you
mask or tube until they
Abu
can take deep
Kashim
breaths on their own.
for being here. Thank you also to
Drug.
Budot's King,
Narcotic or
Mark Zeb
barbiturate
TV.
overdose.
Turuan po ko sa direct
Normally,
live ako.
when
Sige,
used
mag-video
as
chat tayo
prescribed,
mamaya.
The proper amount of a drug will
Para
control
turuan kita.
moderate to severe pain, narcotics,
Set up natin
or
mamaya.
provide sedation, barbiturates. When a narcotic, such as morphine or meperidine, Demerol, or a barbiturate is taken for recreational purposes, mixed with alcohol or other drugs that have not been prescribed, or taken beyond the safe dosage, the breathing center in the hypothalamus of the brain is affected. The brain cannot tell the person to take deep breaths, so respirations are suppressed and become dangerously slowed or even stopped, possibly resulting in a loss of consciousness or death. Substance abusers are at risk for Respiratory depression, breaths not deep enough to bring enough air into the lungs, and
Turuan kita mamaya.
respiratory arrest, stoppage of breathing from overdoses of these drugs.
Budots King, Budots team, thank you so
Smoking.
much for being
Those who
here.
smoke inhale air that is mixed with harmful substances that can damage the lung tissue and have been proven to cause lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Smoking is also a risk factor for coronary artery disease.
Hello to all Team Budots. Yes.
Allergies.
That's from Team
An
Budots King.
allergy is a sensitivity to a substance, for example,
Mark
pollen,
Zeb
dust,
TV.
foods, drugs, or smoke that causes the body to react with signs and symptoms such as a runny nose, wheezing, or congestion. As part of the allergic reaction, the upper airway mucous membranes may swell. With severe swelling, the airway can close, resulting in shock and death. More commonly, however, people with allergies are at risk for chronic bronchitis and asthma. Pollutant exposure.
Abdul
Pollutant is a harmful chemical or
Abdullah
substance in air or water. Air pollutants,
Sakuy.
for example, dust, fumes, toxins,
Ayoko
asbestos,
mamali
coal
yung
dust, and
pagka-pronounce
sawdust
ko.
damage the lungs.
Abdullah
Exposure to
Sis.
pollutants can occur at home,
Sakuyong.
in the workplace, or
Sakuyorn.
in the community.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Nutrition. Good nutrition that includes iron and
Sa
vitamins,
kakabasa baklush,
vitamin
sumakit
B12,
na mata ko.
vitamin C, and folic acid is necessary to produce RBCs,
Thank you
without which
so
the body
much for
cannot
being
transport
here.
O2 to cells. Alcohol. Alcohol depresses the brain. Excessive amounts reduce the cough reflex and increase the risk for aspiration, which can cause obstructed airway and pneumonia.
Thank you, thank you.
Altered respiratory function. The function of the respiratory system involves three
alaikum.
processes that must work together. Respiratory function is altered if even one of these processes is affected.
Team Budots.
1.
Thank you so much.
Air moves into and out
Team
of the lungs.
Budots for being
2.
here.
O2 and CO2 are exchanged
Salamat
at the
sa
alveoli.
pagstay.
3. The blood transports O2 to the cells and removes CO2 from them. The client who is short of breath, sob, or who is short of breath on exertion, SOHO, has altered respiratory function, that is, something is preventing the person from
Tribal
breathing
J
easily.
makes a lot.
Altered respiratory function may be an acute or chronic problem. When unable to breathe easily, a client may panic or feel anxious. The client becomes uncomfortable, is usually visibly struggling to breathe, and often wants to sit up in the bed or in a chair since it may be more difficult to breathe when lying flat.
Hindi pa, pagkatapos ko nito mamaya,
Or
mag-ano
copy.
pa ako. Magtrabaho pa ako mamaya.
Box 41 to 2 on.
May trabaho pa ako around 9:30,
Page
so I will
931.
leave
Box
7:30
41
kasi
to 2.
magbibisikleta lang ako papunta sa trabaho. So,
Signs and symptoms of altered respiratory
matulog ka
function.
na. Sige, tulog na. Good night.
Signs and symptoms of hypoxia.
Pag may
See.
oras tayo, mag-ano tayo. Mag-video chat
41
tayo
to
para
3
sa ano mo.
on. P933.
Abu Hamad Masri, thank you for being
Any
here.
abnormal breathing pattern.
Thank you, my friend.
Complaints of shortness of breath or being winded or short-winded.
Thank you
Cough.
from the Budots
Note
King.
frequency and time of day. Dry and hacking.
Thank
Harsh
you.
and barking. Productive. Produces sputum. Or non-productive. Sputum. C. P946. Color clear, white, yellow, green, brown, or red. Odor none or foul.
Biji ko
Consistency
lang
thick, watery,
ganun
or
matapos.
frothy, with bubbles or
Salamat.
foam.
Salamat.
Hemoptysis bloody, hema, sputum, tysis, meaning to spit.
Salamat,
the
Tribal
sputum is
J,
bright
mixed
red,
blood.
dark red, blood tinged, or streaked with blood. Noisy respirations. Wheezing. Wet sounding respirations. Crowing sounds. Chest pain. Location. Constant or intermittent, comes and goes. Client's description, stabbing, knife-like, aching. What makes it worse? Movement, coughing, yawning, sneezing, sighing, deep breathing. Cyanosis. Skin. Mucous membranes. Lips. Nail beds.
Salamat, Baklush.
Changes in vital signs.
Salamat, Budots team,
Body position.
for being here.
Sitting upright. Leaning forward or hunched over a table. Struggling to breathe is both exhausting and dangerous for the client, as usually more energy is used, and therefore more oxygen, doing so. Report your observations to your supervisor promptly and accurately so that quick action may be taken to correct 931 the problem and prevent it from getting worse. You should be aware, however, that if the client uses an oxygen tank, you should never turn up the oxygen level if the client's care plan does not direct you to do so. In certain circumstances, turning up the oxygen could cause extreme harm to the client and can make
Ormoc
the client
Kitchen,
even more short of
hi!
breath.
Kumusta? Mega love shout
Abnormal
out sa'yo,
respiratory
Ormoc
patterns.
Kitchen. Baka mayroon kayong
normal
pa-premiere
respiration
dyan,
rate for
ibaba
adults
ninyo
is
para
12 to
mataksakan
20 per
natin.
Infants and children have faster
Thumbs
rates.
up, Dan.
See.
Salamat.
Table 15
Bigyan
to
kita
3.
ng damit. Ormoc Kitchen.
P240.
Kapag
Normal
mayroon kang,
respirations are quiet, effortless, and
mayroon
regular,
kang premiere
and both
dyan,
sides of
ibaba
the
mo
chest
para
should rise and
mataksakan
fall in a
natin.
uniform manner. The medical term for
Napuntahan
normal
natin.
respirations is Yupnea.
Salamat sa pagpunta.
932. The following respiratory patterns are abnormal. Figure 41 to 2. Tachypnea rapid, tachy, breathing, pnea. Respirations are 24 or more per minute. Fever, exercise, pain, airway obstruction, and hypoxemia are common
Abu
causes.
Hamad Masri, thank you. Kababalik lang
Bradypnea slow,
YT.
brady.
Oh,
breathing,
6 months na wala. Oh,
Respirations are fewer than
ako
12 per
kababalik
minute.
ko lang din
Drug
nag-active
overdoses
sa
and nervous system
YouTube.
disorders are
Parang
common
2 weeks
causes.
ago. Nag-active ako kasi nga
Apnea, the
parang
lack or absence
na-busy masyado ako
breathing,
sa mga activities ko. Kaya
it
ngayon
occurs in
lang din ako
cardiac arrest
bumalik.
and respiratory arrest.
Ganyan talaga, may panahon
Sleep
na
apnea and
kailangan
periodic
nating
apnea of
mag-relax
newborns
sandali.
are other types of apnea.
Hindi natin hindi natin matansya ang
Small respirations, deep and rapid respirations characteristic
Good at
of
nakabalik ka
diabetic
na.
acidosis or other conditions
Welcome.
causing acidosis.
Tingnan ko nga yung bahay
Hypoventilation
mo.
slow, hypo, shallow, and sometimes irregular respirations. Common
Tingnan ko
causes
yung bahay
include
mo
lung
po.
disorders, such as
Baka
pneumonia.
meron kang
that
wala ka
affect the
pang
alveoli.
premiere?
Other causes include obesity, airway obstruction, side effects of drugs, and nervous system and musculoskeletal disorders affecting the respiratory
Kailan ka lang
muscles.
nakabalik? Abu Hamad
Hyperventilation,
Masri, thank
hyper,
you. Abdul
and deeper than
Ahmed,
normal
thank
respirations.
you.
Its many causes include asthma, emphysema, infection, fever,
Masarap
nervous
ang
system
mga
disorders, hypoxia, anxiety, pain,
Masarap
and
ang
some
iyong mga
drugs.
luto. Ang mga racing. Nasaan
Dyspnea
kayo sa
difficult,
Japan?
labored, or painful, breathing, pnea.
Oh, yung
Heart
Rice is
disease,
Mine ba ito
exercise,
noon?
and anxiety are common causes. Cheney, Stokes
Oh,
respirations
okay.
that gradually increase in rate and depth and then become
Rice of
shallow and
Mine pala
slow.
ito noon. Okay.
Breathing may stop, apnea, for 10 to 20 seconds. Drug overdose, heart failure, renal failure, and
Naalala
brain
ko na.
disorders are common causes.
Okay,
Cheney,
nagpalit ka pala ng
Stokes
pangalan
respirations
mo.
are common when death is near. Orthopnea, shortness of
Parang
breath,
si Sofan
dyspnea,
Renders,
when lying in a flat or supine position and ability to breathe comfortably.
nag-relax din
Pnea,
sa kanyang,
only when sitting or standing. Ortho.
anong tawag nito? Sa
Common
kanyang
causes include
YT.
emphysema, asthma, pneumonia, angina pectoris, and other heart and respiratory disorders.
Tapos
Figure
kababalik lang din
41
niya.
to 2. Some respiratory patterns, adapted from Phipps, W.J., Neighbors, M. Merrick,
Yan, na-remember ko na
JETAL,
ito. Rice of Mine pala ito
2003.
noon.
Medical, surgical nursing, health and illness perspectives,
Thank
7th
you for coming.
St. Louis, Missouri, Mosby.
Yeah, doon tayo kay Trenders na
Hypoxia.
Sige, abangan ko
Hypoxia, a
yung
deficiency,
mga
hypo,
updates
of
mo.
oxygen in the cells. Oxia is one of the results of abnormal respiratory functioning, and it is
May mga
caused
short
by any
videos
illness,
ka na pala,
disease,
6 months
injury,
ago, yeah,
or
6
surgery
months,
that
4 weeks.
affects respiratory function.
Babalik mo lang
Hypoxia
talaga.
is a life-threatening condition because without enough oxygen to function, cells will be
Buti ka pa,
damaged or
negosyo
die.
talagang pinagkakaabalahan. Ako nito,
The brain is
nag-aaral-aral
very
ako.
sensitive to an inadequate supply of oxygen. Restlessness, dizziness, and disorientation are early signs of hypoxia. It is important that you report signs and symptoms of hypoxia. Box 41 to 3, immediately. The sooner hypoxia is diagnosed, the sooner oxygen can be given and the cause of the hypoxia treated.
Buwendarans Razuman.
Box
Thank
41 to
you.
3.
Umuwi kasi kami dito sa bukid.
Signs and
Uy,
symptoms of
maganda
hypoxia.
kapag nandyan sa bukid.
Restlessness,
Kasi fresh ang ano. So ang ginagawa mo ngayon, nag-alaga ka ng mga
Dizziness.
biik. Lalaki ng mga biik nyo.
disorientation,
Ang cute nila. Malaking pera kaya to.
confusion,
Malaking pera kapag may biik.
behavior
Walang
and
signal,
personality
I know,
changes.
Yun nga lang, kailangan mong bumaba. Mag-video ka na lang, tapos baba ka. Doon
Difficulty
ka mag-upload.
concentrating and difficulty following directions.
Walang umabot na ano, walang aabot na signal sa inyo.
Apprehension, Anxiety. fatigue,
Fatigue.
agitation,
Walang signal nga
Increased
doon
pulse
sa
rate.
bundok-bundukin.
increased rate and depth of respirations,
Yun lang ang problema
Sitting
kapag nasa
position,
bulubundukin
often
tayo,
leaning
walang
forward.
signal.
cyanosis, an abnormal condition evidenced in light-skinned clients by bluish color in the skin, mucous membranes, lips, gums, and around the eyes, and nail beds. In darker-skinned clients, cyanosis may be easiest to see in the mucous membranes and nail beds.
Yun pala ang gagawin.
Dyspnea, promoting oxygenation. For the body to get enough oxygen, air must
Sana
move
makaano
deeply into
din,
the lungs and reach the alveoli,
makabakasyon sa
where O2 and
bulubundukin.
CO2 are exchanged. Disease and
Masyadong
injury can
stressful ang
prevent
buhay
air from
sa
reaching
city.
the alveoli.
Lalo na dito sa
Pain,
akin.
immobility, and narcotics interfere with deep
Very
breathing and with
stressful.
coughing up secretions. These factors allow the secretions to collect in the airway and lungs, interfering with air movement and lung
Fast-paced ang
function.
buhay dito sa amin.
Secretions 933 also provide an environment for microbes to grow and
Kaya
multiply,
minsan gusto
with
mo
the
rin makahinga.
possibility of leading to a life-threatening infection. To completely meet the client's oxygen needs, the care plan will list measures to promote oxygenation. Some of the measures require the administration of
Matagal-tagal na
O2
rin
or other
sana
activities that
ma-
simply involve movement.
Oo
For
nga eh.
example, a
Wala
short
pa,
walk to expand your
marami pang
client's lungs.
kulang ang tao ko
Some
sa
other measures
bahay.
that are commonly listed
700
in
plus
care
pa lang
plans
ako.
are breathing is usually easier in the semi-Fowler's or Fowler's position. Clients who experience orthopnea, shortness of breath when lying in a flat or supine position, often prefer to sit up and lean over a table, called the
Hindi pa umabot. Sana nga maano na rin,
orthopneic position.
ma-monetize na rin. Si Trenders
You
nga
can
rin, hindi
increase
pa
the client's
na-monetize
comfort
eh.
by placing a pillow on the overbed table. Figure 41 to 3. Make sure that the client has sufficient rest periods between activities. 41 to 4. Figure
Bahay
41
na
to
lang
3.
kulang. Oo, may ano pa, may
client is in the orthopneic
kulang pa
position.
ako sa aking
Note that a pillow has been placed on the overbed table for the client's
aking
comfort.
WH. 3K pa
Box
ako.
41 to 4.
Kulang pa ako ng 700 plus.
Caring for a client who has altered respiratory function.
At saka
The following that will relax the client and reduce the client's need for more oxygen.
yung iba, ang bilis nilang makakuha.
Positioning.
Ewan ko kung paano, anong ginawa nila.
Assist the client into the sitting position, the semi-Fowler's or high Fowler's position whenever possible, as it makes breathing easier. Clients who are sitting up can
Kaya ang
expand
ginawa
their
ko
lungs
ngayon,
much more easily than those
habang
who are lying down.
Lecture yung teacher,
Roll
nagla-live
pillows
ako.
behind the client's back or use a large
Na
foam wedge
maririnig
if the
nila yung
client has
teacher
one.
ko. Yun na lang ginagawa ko para may activity ang
Use a
aking
reclining chair for the
akong
client's
channel.
naps or sleeping. A reclining chair can allow the client to sleep in a partially upright position, which gives the lungs more room to breathe. If the client is in a hospital bed, mechanically elevate the head
Siguro
of the
kung
bed
makita
to
ng
reduce
teacher
the
itong
client's
live
need to
stream ko,
move in
sabihin
bed
ng teacher,
without help.
boses ko yun ah.
Time management.
Masyak ang teacher ko.
Provide care at a time when the client is as well rested and comfortable as possible.
Sasabihin ng teacher ko, boses ko yun ah.
Allow for frequent rest periods.
Wala siyang magawa. Na live stream na.
Be organized. Arrange to do all of your care in the shortest, least strenuous way possible. Client care. Assist the client with moving and turning to reduce oxygen need as much as possible.
Hindi rin naman siya mag-claim kasi ano,
Never wear powders or apply
Um,
powders on the client,
nasa klase
as they can
kami eh.
irritate the airway and cause the client to have difficulty breathing.
Nasa classroom setting kami. Tapos,
Make sure the client is as comfortable as possible.
boses lang naman
Discomfort
niya ang
can cause a client to
naririnig.
become anxious, and anxiety will increase the need for oxygen. Smooth out the sheets on the bed.
Nag-lecture lang
pillow
naman siya.
over to
Tapos
the
may mga
scooter,
interaction ng
cooler
mga
side.
ano, ng mga
Make
classmates
sure that
ko.
the client
Kaya,
does not have any
I
restricted
don't think so
clothing
na
on.
mag-claim siya.
Encourage
Kaharap din naman
relaxation.
ako sa camera.
Feelings of tension can contribute
Sana
to
hindi siya
breathlessness,
mag-claim.
and muscle tension can make the act of breathing harder. You can help reduce the client's tension level by promoting pleasant activities as well as relaxation exercises.
Nakakaano ba talaga yung ano, may copyright claim ka? Meron akong copyright
Make
claim
sure
sa
that
isang
the bedside
sa
and the
isang
surrounding
video.
area are clean and dust-free.
Kailangan ko ba
Wipe
itago?
down all surfaces with a damp cloth. Do not use disinfectants around the client as they can trigger an allergic reaction. Remove any clutter from the room as clutter can trap dust.
Oh, that's
If you
nice.
must make the client's bed,
Bakit hindi
make
mo
sure that the sheets
gisigi-sigi?
are never
Dapat may
shaken
sahod
in the air.
buwan-buwan.
Sit.
Sayang, naputol. Pero at least
Chapter
na-monetize ka
34.
pa rin, di ba? Hindi nawala, di ba? Ang saklap ng
Open a
iba
window
kasi
or use a fan
natanggal
to
yung
get air moving in
monetization
the
nila.
room. Air movement will help the client to
Kaya-
feel less short of breath.
Pero yung sa'yo, kapag ma-refresh
Make
mo
sure the
yan,
client is
balik
well
yung ano mo,
hydrated.
balik sahod.
Most clients who are short of breath tend to breathe through
Masaya
the mouth,
siguro no pag may
which can
sahod
dry
na.
the lips, oral mucous membranes, and the throat.
Sana
Apply
magkasahod.
water-soluble jelly to the lips. Never use oil or grease, as these
Oo.
substances are
Ay, okay lang ba?
combustible and may create a risk for fire. Have the client
Akala ko
drink
yung ano
fresh
eh.
water
Sige,
frequently,
yaan
at
ko na.
least once every hour. Avoid the use of straws, as drinking from a straw increases the breathing effort and requires more energy.
Basta't ang oras ay akin.
In the winter, Use a humidifier or place pans of water near radiators to moisten the room air that is breathed in. A humidifier can help loosen up thick phlegm, mucus, in the lungs so that it is coughed up easily, and it will also keep the throat and
Kala ko
nasal
kasi
passages
maka-affect
from
sa ano
becoming
eh.
too dry. Wash the humidifier or pans daily to prevent bacteria from colonizing in this warm, moist setting.
Hanap tayo ng
If it is allowed
negosyo.
on the
Buti ka
client's
pa, may
care
negosyo
plan,
ka na. Sana
offer
ako
throat
rin. Ano
lozenges
bang
or
negosyo
hard
nyo dyan?
candy to help moisten a dry throat. Sucking on lozenges or candy increases the production of
Nag 6
saliva,
months ako ng
which
buwan na
moistens the
to.
throat as the
Kanya
lozenge or
nag-upload
candy
para
is
di
swallowed.
wala. Oo, kailangan mo mag-upload.
Other professional responsibilities.
Upload lang
Avoid wearing perfumes that can trigger an allergic reaction,
para
which
hindi
would only
mawala
make
ang
breathing more difficult for the client.
monetization. Sakali ba
Be
darating ng
friendly and
1 year na
professional
yung
at
ano,
all
hindi mo
times,
pa naabot
but
yung
try
1K
not to
at
engage the
saka
client too
3
much in
4K na
conversation.
WH.
Ask the
Mawawala ba
client
yun
questions
or
that
babalik
require
ka sa
short or
zero?
one-word answers only.
Or continue lang yun siya?
Oxygen therapy.
Ako magwa 1 year na ako eh. Sana
Oxygen
hindi
supports
mawala.
combustion, so you must keep combustible items, example clothing,
Oh, malaking
towels,
pera
and
kaya
sheets
yung
that are
mag-alaga ng
static
biik.
charged, away from the oxygen
Basta't
source to
marunong
reduce
ka
the
lang.
risk for a fire.
Ano,
When a client is confined to bed for long periods, it is
marunong
important
lang
that the person
mag-alaga.
changes positions frequently, at least every 2 hours. If not, the lung cannot expand on one side, and secretions could
Buti pa
pool.
yung iba marunong
collect
mag-alaga ng
at the
biik. Ako
bottom of
pati
the
nga
lung.
bulaklak hindi
Unless
mabuhay
the
sa
physician has
akin.
placed restrictions on positioning, the client should
Ay
never
naku
lie
po,
on one side for a
saklap
long
ng buhay
time.
ko.
You should always follow your client's care
Pati
plan.
bulaklak eh, ayaw mabuhay.
Coughing and deep breathing. Coughing removes mucus from the lungs, and deep breathing moves air into most parts of the lungs. Therefore, coughing and deep breathing exercises help clients with respiratory disorders. These exercises are done after surgery and during bed rest.
Ito.
However, clients may be reluctant to do them as they may cause pain after injury or surgery, or the client may be afraid of opening an incision during coughing. Coughing and deep breathing help prevent pneumonia and atelectasis. The walls of healthy lungs, lined in a sticky mucous membrane, expand with every deep breath and are thereby prevented from collapsing and sticking to each other. In atelectasis, a portion of the lung collapses after mucus collects in a section of the airway, preventing air from entering that part of the lung. Clients who do not
Ay,
perform
naku.
deep breathing and coughing
Malaking pera ang
exercises
biik.
risk developing atelectasis because mucus is then
May
allowed to
maraming
collect in their
yumaman dyan
lungs, increasing the chance of the sticky, mucus-lined
sa
lungs
mga
not
biik.
expanding. The mucus that collects in 936 the lungs and the mucus on the walls are attracted to each other, causing that portion of the lung to collapse. The post-surgical period, bed rest, lung disease, and paralysis are risk factors for atelectasis. The frequency of coughing and deep breathing varies among clients. For example, physicians may order the exercises every 1 to 2 hours or 4 times a day while the client is awake. Your supervisor and the care plan will tell you which clients are suitable candidates for the exercises and when the exercises should be done. You will also be told the required number of deep breaths and coughs for the client.
Manggo, sana.
Follow the care plan.
Oo, maraming yumaman dyan.
Report and record the following observations
Maraming
after
yumaman dyan
assisting the
sa
client
ano,
with coughing and deep breathing.
sa pag-aalaga ng biik.
The number of times the client coughed and took deep breaths.
Kailangan lang na ano, magaling
How the client
dumiskarte,
tolerated
maghanap
the
ng
procedure.
buyer.
Assisting with coughing and deep breathing exercises. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1 to 4.
Hindi, nag-ano ako, ang tawag nito,
P17.
healthcare, ano ako
Pre-procedure.
ngayon? Health,
1.
nasa health school ako ngayon.
Identify the client according
Healthcare
to employer
provider.
policy.
Kasi kinukulang ng healthcare
This
provider
eliminates
dito
the
banda sa
possibility
amin.
of mistaking
Kaya-
one client for another.
Mag-healthcare provider daw.
2.
Ito ang pinaka-trending ngayon eh.
Explain the
na
procedure to the
trabaho
client.
dito banda.
3.
So, tapos libre
Practice
siya.
proper hand hygiene.
Yun lang ang pinakamaganda kasi free siya sa government.
4.
Bakit hindi, di ba?
Provide for
Inaplayan ko na.
privacy.
Free kasi siya. Eh kung
Procedure.
hindi ito free, aabot din ito ng almost $9,000 ha.
Help the client to
Pag-aaral.
a comfortable sitting
Pero
position
sa
dangling.
ngayon, i-free nila,
semi-collars,
ayan, kunin
or
na natin.
collars. Lung expansion is easier and better if the client is placed in the sitting position than in the lying position. 6.
Para mayroon
Have the
tayong
client take deep breaths.
makuhang certificate.
Have the client place the hands over the rib cage. Figure 41 to 4.
Oh, mas malaki.
Figure
Ewan ko lang kung
41 to
gaano
4.
kalaki talaga itong sa YT. Hindi ko lang kasi din alam eh. Pero kung healthcare
Ask the client
provider
to
ka
exhale.
dito,
Explain
malaki
that
ang
the ribs
sahod.
should
Pero
move as
kasi
far
yung iba
down as
nakita
possible.
ko, lumabas talaga sila,
C.
umalis sila sa trabaho nila at saka nag-focus sa
Have
YT.
the
Hindi ko
client
lang
take a
alam kung
breath as
gaano
deep as
kalaki ang
possible.
YT.
Remind the client to inhale through the nose.
Sana kung malaki, why not, di ba?
D.
Bakit hindi iwanan?
Ask the
Iwanan ng
client to
trabaho.
hold the breath for 3 seconds.
Mas malaki siya kasi
Ask the
Parang
client
ano
to
na rin
exhale
siya eh.
slowly through pursed lips.
in demand kasi ngayon dito,
Figure 41 to 5.
kulang ang mga workers nila. So,
Figure
sila,
41 to 5.
nag-fast track sila. Instead na 2 years, ito
Breathing through
kinuha lang
pursed
namin
lips
ng 6
increases lung
months.
pressure and exercises the lungs when breathing out.
Kaya every week
The
may
client should exhale until the
dalawa,
ribs
tatlong
move as far
test
down
kami.
as possible.
Sabi ko nga parang parang masteral din eh.
Repeat steps through each 4 more times.
Mahirap mag-aral, lalo
This
na pag
exercise
matagal ka nang
encourages
hindi
the client to
nakapag-aral.
take full breaths. 7.
Sabihin mo na mag-aaral ka
Ask the
ulit.
client to
Ay,
cough.
naku. Nanibago ako nung
Okay.
first week namin na
Have
nag-aaral.
the client interlace the fingers over the incision for support. Figure 41 to 6. A. Or hold a pillow or folded towel over the incision for support.
Oh, malaki pala. Kaya
Figure
pala yung
41 to
iba
6.
umalis sa sa mga trabaho nila. Ang dami
Figure
ko kayang
41 to
nakitang
6A.
mga mga ang
Figure
tawag nito,
41 to 6B.
mga
Holding the abdomen can
nasa
decrease
office
abdominal
works na
discomfort
kahit
when
na
taking
nasa
deep
labas na
breaths
ng
and
bansa.
coughing.
Huminto talaga sila sa kanilang trabaho at
Have the
nag-focus sila
client
sa
take in a
YT.
deep breath as
Sabi
in
ko
step
malaki yan
6.
siguro. Malaki din
C.
pala.
Ask the client to cough strongly twice with the mouth open.
Try natin makipagsapalaran dito sa YT habang
Provide for safety
naghihintay
and
ng
comfort. 9.
habang
Place the call
naghihintay
bell
din
within
ng
reach.
ating sahod.
Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 10.
Sabi ko nga, ito
Follow the care plan for
habang
bed
nag-aaral,
use.
nagwa-YT.
Asterisk.
Kasi
This
pag hindi
reduces
ko
the risk for
pagsabayin,
client
walang
injury.
walang activity ang YT ko. So, kailangan ko siyang
Remove privacy
pagsabayin.
measures. 12.
Kung nagwa-YT, nag-aaral,
Practice proper hand hygiene.
ito, nakikinig sa
Report
lecture.
and record your actions and observations
Tapos
according
mamayang
to
gabi,
employer
magtrabaho
policy.
pa. Ay.
This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. 937. Incentive spirometry.
Sige, oo nga, 4 a.m. na dyan. Bakit
An
nagising pa?
incentive provides
Sige, good night,
encouragement.
good night. Thank you
A
so
spirometer
much.
is a machine that measures
Thank
the
you sa
amount
pagpunta. Thank
volume
you. God
of air
bless.
inhaled. The client is encouraged to inhale
Sana
until a
lumago
preset
yung ano
volume
mo,
of air is
babuyan
reached.
mo.
The incentive spirometer is made up of a
Para-
breathing tube,
Yes,
an air
ulitin.
chamber,
Thank
and
you.
an indicator.
Sige
Call
lang,
the piston,
puntahan din kita
which
kapag
will
mag-live
rise
stream
with
ka
each
ulit.
inhalation. The piston
Tapayan
allows the
din
client
natin.
to see air movement during inhalation.
Salamat.
Figure 41 to 7.
Or Mo
The
Kitchen,
piston
thank
is
you
made
so
from a
much for
flat
coming
disc,
to my live
plastic balls,
stream.
or bars. The
Ingat ka,
client
good
inhales
night.
as deeply as possible and holds that breath for a certain time, usually at least 3 seconds. Figure 41 to 7.
Good
The
night, good
client
night.
using a spirometer. The arrow shows direction of airflow. Incentive spirometry is also
God
called sustained
bless.
maximal inspiration, SMI. Sustained means constant, maximal means the most or the greatest, and inspiration means breathing in.
Ayaw na
The
mag-LS,
goal of
bakit?
using a spirometer is to improve lung function
Pang
and
ano lang,
prevent respiratory complications.
WH lang.
A spirometer may be given to some clients to use at home and to those in hospital who have had surgeries, but they can be used by anybody the doctor thinks would benefit.
Hirap din
By
mag-LS, ha?
taking long, slow, and deep breaths, the client moves air deep into the lungs, secretions become loose, and O2, CO2 exchange occurs between the alveoli and capillaries. The device is used as follows. 1. The spirometer is placed upright. 2. The client exhales normally. 3. The client seals the lips around the mouthpiece of the device. 4. The client takes a slow, deep breath
Thank
until the
you.
balls in the spirometer rise to the desired height. 5. The client holds the breath for 3 to 6 seconds to keep the balls floating. 6. The client removes the mouth from the mouthpiece and exhales slowly. The client may cough at this time. 7. After taking some normal breaths, the client uses the device again. Your supervisor and the care plan will tell you the following. How often the client needs to use incentive spirometry. How many breaths the client needs to take. The desired height that the floating balls should reach. Follow employer policy for cleaning and replacing the mouthpiece. Assisting with oxygen therapy. Disease, injury, and surgery can all interfere with the client's ability to breathe easily, either directly, example if the client has asthma, or indirectly, example if the client has just had abdominal surgery and it hurts too much to take a deep breath. If the level of O2 in the blood is lower than normal, hypoxemia, the physician orders oxygen therapy. Your role in oxygen therapy. As a support worker, you do not give oxygen. In many provinces, support workers are trained to perform oral suctioning, to transfer oxygen from a liquid source tank to a portable tank, often called a stroller unit, and to ensure the client's oxygen unit is functioning well. The nurse and respiratory therapist, however, are responsible for starting and maintaining a client's oxygen therapy. You assist in providing safe care to clients receiving oxygen. See Box 41 to 4 on P934 for a list of your duties and responsibilities. Oxygen sources. Whether the client is at home or in a continuing care facility, oxygen may be supplied by one of three main 938 delivery systems: oxygen concentrator, oxygen cylinder, and liquid oxygen system. Oxygen concentrator. This machine makes oxygen by taking in room air and filtering out the oxygen. Figure 41 to 8. It must be plugged into a grounded electrical outlet. Because the oxygen concentrator makes the oxygen, it does not need to be replaced or refilled regularly. Ambulatory clients may use portable oxygen cylinders along with their concentrators to help them to be mobile and also to be prepared for a power failure. Oxygen concentrators are used in facilities and community settings, while cylinders are used by the client while on outings from home. Some suppliers offer lightweight aluminum cylinders for easier handling. Figure 41-8. Oxygen concentrator. Oxygen cylinder. An oxygen cylinder is a tank of compressed oxygen. Large tanks are used inside the home, and small tanks are used for outings or travel. Some clients may be ambulatory but still need continuous oxygen therapy as they go about their daily lives, so they use portable oxygen cylinders, tanks, carried in a shoulder bag or wheeled in a cart. Figure 41-9. Large cylinders are often used for babies who need special breathing equipment. Figure 41-9. A client is using a portable oxygen tank while walking. The length of time a cylinder lasts will depend on the amount of oxygen the client uses. The gauge on the cylinder shows how much oxygen is left in it. Figure 41-10. Check the gauge often, and tell your supervisor if the oxygen in the cylinder is low. Figure 41-10. The gauge shows the amount of oxygen remaining in the tank. Oxygen cylinders are used for clients in facility or community settings. In hospitals and some continuing care facilities, oxygen is piped directly to each client's unit by way of a wall oxygen outlet. Figure 41-11, from a centrally located oxygen supply. Figure 41-11. Wall oxygen outlet. Liquid oxygen system. The liquid oxygen system stores oxygen in its liquid form. The liquid is kept in large stationary containers called reservoirs. A portable unit that can be worn over the shoulder is filled from a stationary unit 939. Figure 41-12, and has enough oxygen for about 8 hours of use. The liquid turns into gas before it leaves the container and is breathed in by the client. Figure 41-12. Liquid oxygen system. A gauge shows the amount of oxygen in the unit. Tell your supervisor if the amount is low. Liquid oxygen is very cold and, if touched, can freeze the skin. Follow employer procedures and the manufacturer's instructions when working with liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen systems are used for clients in facility or community settings. With the oxygen systems described above, oxygen is delivered continuously while the client inhales and exhales. However, a lot of the oxygen is wasted when the client exhales. Oxygen conserving devices help reduce this wastage so that the client's oxygen supply lasts longer, and the client can thus go for longer outings. Conserving devices also cut down on the number of oxygen cylinders that have to be delivered to the client. Oxygen therapy and safety. Remember, you assist with oxygen therapy, you do not administer oxygen. However, it is your responsibility to provide safe care to clients receiving oxygen. Follow the safety guidelines in the Think About Safety, Safety Guidelines for Oxygen Therapy box, as well as the Fire Safety Guidelines in Box 41-5. Box 41-5. Oxygen and Fire Safety Guidelines. Place no smoking signs in the room and on the room door. Remove smoking materials from the room, example cigarettes, cigars, pipes, matches, lighters. Remove materials from the room that ignite easily, Example: alcohol, nail polish remover, oils, petroleum jelly, greases. Keep the oxygen source and tubing away from heat sources and open flames. Example: direct sunlight, lit cigarettes, candles, lamps, stoves, heating ducts, radiators, heating pipes, space heaters, kerosene heaters. Turn off electrical items before unplugging them. Use electrical equipment, example razor, radio, TV, only if it is in good repair. Use only electrical equipment that has a 3-prong plug whenever possible. Do not use materials that cause static electricity, wool and synthetic fabrics. Know the location of fire extinguishers and how to use them. See Chapter 22. If a fire occurs, turn off the oxygen. Then move the client to safety. Remind the client about oxygen safety. Report safety hazards immediately. Oxygen and fire safety. Oxygen is the chemical necessary for combustion to take place. With higher pressurized oxygen, such as with compressed oxygen cylinders, the risk for combustion increases when in the presence of both a source of ignition and a combustible material. For example, if a client had compressed oxygen nearby and was close to a source of ignition, example a lit cigarette, the client's clothing would ignite more easily and burn hotter and faster than it would if surrounded only by room air. Fires caused by an accident with oxygen devices can cause significant damage to property and even loss of life. It is very important to keep an oxygen source away from heat and open flame. Follow employer policies and the fire safety guidelines in Box 41-5. The physician, nurse, or respiratory therapist is responsible for teaching the client and family members about oxygen safety. However, people sometimes forget or disregard safety rules. See the Supporting Mr. Kalyawa, Oxygen Safety at Home box on page 941. You may observe a client, visitor, or family member creating a safety hazard. For example, a home care client attempting to light a gas stove 940 while using oxygen, or a family member wanting to smoke while the oxygen device is on. Such situations are very dangerous, so warn the individuals of the dangers and the safety hazards. Also, call your supervisor immediately and report the situation. Think about safety. Safety guidelines for oxygen therapy. Never remove the device, cannula, mask, used to administer oxygen. Report to your supervisor if the client removes the device. Make sure the device is secure but not tight. Check for signs of skin irritation caused by the device. Check behind the ears, under the nose, cannula, and around the face, mask. Also check the cheekbones. Keep the client's face clean and dry when a mask is used. Never shut off oxygen flow. Do not adjust the flow rate unless allowed by your scope of practice limitations and your employer's policy. Tell your supervisor immediately if the flow rate is too high or too low. Tell your supervisor immediately if the humidifier is not bubbling. Secure connecting tubing in place. Tape or pin it to the client's garment, according to employer policy. Make sure there are no kinks in the tubing. Make sure the client does not lie on any part of the tubing. Report signs and symptoms of hypoxia, respiratory distress, or abnormal breathing patterns to your supervisor immediately. See Figure 41-2 on P932. Box 41-2 on P931 and Box 41-3 on P933. Provide oral hygiene as directed. Follow the care plan. Make sure the device is clean and free of mucus. Maintain an adequate water level in the humidifier. Oxygen administration devices. The physician orders the device used to administer oxygen. The devices that are commonly ordered are described below. Nasal cannula. The nasal cannula. Figure 41-13 is used at home or in a hospital setting to deliver O2 to a client in need of extra oxygen. It consists of a set of two prongs that are placed in the client's nostrils and a plastic tube that fits behind the ears. The prongs from which oxygen flows curve downward to prevent drying of the sinuses. Supporting Mr. Kaliawa, oxygen safety at home. Joe Kaliawa, 88, is a retired farmer who lives in his home with his wife, Lily. Mr. Kaliawa started smoking at the age of 13, and now, after a lifetime of smoking, he has advanced emphysema and COPD. Mr. Kaliawa has been repeatedly instructed to quit smoking, but he continues to smoke a pack of cigarettes a day. Mrs. Kaliawa has forbidden smoking inside the house, so he goes outside to smoke in the backyard during summer and in the garage in winter. Mr. Kaliawa was hospitalized recently for his COPD and was discharged yesterday. He was sent home with a nasal cannula through which oxygen is administered to him, and he was instructed to use it all 24 hours of the day. While in the hospital, he had been warned not to allow anyone to smoke around his oxygen because of the risk for combustion. A respiratory therapist set up his oxygen tank and tubing at his home. You have been assigned to provide support care and to ensure that he maintains his oxygen therapy. Today, upon your arrival for your first visit to Mr. Kaliawa, you find him sitting in his backyard, calmly smoking a cigarette. He is still connected to his oxygen tubing, with the nasal cannula in place in his nose and around his ears and the portable tank next to him. You take a quick look at his oxygen meter and find that the device is on. Mr. Kaliawa notices that you look surprised, and he tells you that he turned down his oxygen to be able to smoke safely. What should you do? Figure 41-13. Nasal cannula. The nasal cannula is connected to an oxygen tank, to a portable oxygen generator, or to a wall connection in a hospital through a flow meter, which regulates the 941 flow of oxygen. The client can eat and talk with the cannula in place. If the prongs are placed too tightly, nasal irritation or pressure on the ears and cheekbones may occur. You should always report signs or complaints of skin irritation or soreness. Simple face mask. The simple face mask. Figure 41-14 covers the nose and mouth and is connected to an oxygen source. The mask has small holes on the sides through which room air enters during inhalation and CO2 escapes during exhalation. Figure 41-14. Simple face mask. Partial rebreather mask. With the partial rebreather mask. Figure 41-15. A bag is added to the simple face mask to collect exhaled air. When breathing in, the client inhales O2 as well as some exhaled air and some room air. The bag should not totally deflate during inhalation. Figure 41 to 15. Partial rebreather mask. 942. Non-rebreather mask. This type of mask. Figure 41 to 16 prevents exhaled air and room air from entering the bag and, instead, allows the exhaled air to leave through holes in the mask. The bag fills up with oxygen from the oxygen source, and only oxygen from the bag is inhaled. The bag must not totally deflate during exhalation. Figure 41 to 16. Non-rebreather mask. Venturi mask. The Venturi mask. Figure 41 to 17 allows precise amounts of oxygen to be given. Special color-coded plastic adapters that fit into the mask are connected to the source of oxygen. Each color is coded to show what amount of oxygen the mask delivers. Figure 41 to 17. Venturi mask. Special care is needed when masks are used. Masks make talking difficult, so listen carefully when the client is trying to say something. Moisture can build up under the mask. Keep the client's face clean and dry to help prevent irritation from the mask. Report any signs of skin irritation. Masks are removed for eating, and usually O2 is administered via a nasal cannula during that time. Oxygen flow rates. The amount of oxygen ordered by the physician and administered to the client is called the flow rate. The flow rate is measured in liters per minute, L/min, and the oxygen flow rate can range from 2 to 15 L/min. A nurse or respiratory therapist sets the flow rate. Figure 41 to 18. Figure 41 to 18. The flow meter is used to set the oxygen flow rate. Your supervisor and the care plan will specify the client's flow rate. While giving care to your clients who are receiving oxygen, always check the flow rate. Tell your supervisor immediately if the flow rate is too high or too low. A nurse or respiratory therapist will then adjust the flow rate. Some employers may allow support workers to adjust oxygen flow rates. If you are allowed to adjust the flow rate, follow employer policies and procedures. Preparing for oxygen administration. Humidified oxygen. Oxygen is a dry gas. If it is not humidified, made moist, it can dry the mucous membranes of the 943 airways. A humidifier. Figure 41 to 19 is a system by which oxygen is forced through distilled water, allowing it to bubble up and be collected in the tubing for the client to breathe. Distilled water is pure, sterile water that has been boiled and allowed to cool and condense. Tap water is not used, as it contains impurities that can irritate the mucous membranes and damage the equipment. The humidifier is then attached to the oxygen administration system, wall outlet, oxygen tank, or oxygen concentrator. It then produces humidified oxygen, that is, oxygen that contains water vapor. Humidified oxygen is less drying and irritating to delicate mucous membranes than plain oxygen is. Figure 41 to 19. Oxygen administration system with humidifier. Low flow rates, 1 to 2 L/min, by nasal cannula usually do not need humidification. You may be responsible for checking the water level in the humidifier and cleaning and refilling it. Follow employer procedures and your supervisor's directions. You do not administer oxygen, but your supervisor may ask you to set up the oxygen administration system. You are told the following. The client's name and room and bed number in facilities. The oxygen administration device ordered. Whether humidification was ordered. Tell your supervisor when you finish setting up the oxygen administration system. A nurse will turn the oxygen on, set the flow rate, and apply the administration device. Setting up for oxygen administration. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. C. Box 1 to 4, on. P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies. Oxygen administration device with connecting tubing. Flow meter. Humidifier, if ordered. Distilled water, if using a humidifier. By collecting all of the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 944. Procedure. 5. Make sure the flow meter is in the off position. It may spark if in the on position. 6. Attach the flow meter to the wall outlet or to the tank. 7. Fill the humidifier with distilled water. Distilled water does not contain the bacteria and impurities that are found in tap water. 8. Attach the humidifier to the bottom of the flow meter. Humidified oxygen keeps delicate mucous membranes moist, preventing them from drying out. 9. Attach the oxygen administration device and connecting tubing to the humidifier. Do not set the flow meter. Do not apply the oxygen administration device on the client. These tasks are not within your scope of practice. Post-procedure. 10. Provide for safety and comfort. 11. Place the call bell within reach. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 12. Discard packaging in the appropriate container, S. This keeps the unit clean and tidy for others. 13. Make sure the cap on the distilled water bottle is secure. Store it according to employer policy. This makes it easier to find the next time it is needed. 14. Practice proper hand hygiene. 15. Tell your supervisor when you are finished. A nurse will turn on the oxygen and set the flow rate. Apply the oxygen administration device. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Assisting with assessment and diagnostic testing. The physician orders tests to determine the cause of a breathing problem. Numerous respiratory tests are available. Box 41-6. Most of these tests are done at hospitals or clinics, and some are done in continuing care facilities. They are done by a physician or a specially trained nurse, respiratory therapist, or laboratory technician. You may assist the client before and after a test, as directed by your supervisor, the care plan, and the assignment sheet. Box 41-6. Common respiratory tests. Chest X-ray, CXR, an X-ray of the chest, taken to evaluate changes in the lungs. Lung scan performed to see which areas are not getting air or blood. The client inhales radioactive. Radioactive means giving off radiation, gas, and is injected with the radioisotope. A radioisotope is a substance that gives off radiation. Lung tissue getting air and blood takes up the radioactive substances, and a scanner then senses the areas with radioactive substances. Bronchoscopioscope, scopy, passed into the trachea and bronchi, broncho. Airway structures are checked for bleeding and tumors. Tissue samples, biopsy, are taken, or mucus plugs and foreign objects are removed. After the procedure, the client is NPO, receives nothing by mouth, and watched carefully until the gag and swallow reflexes return, usually in about 2 hours. Thoracentesis, the pleura, thora, is punctured, and air or fluid is removed, centesis, from it. The physician inserts a needle through the chest wall into the pleural sac when injury or disease causes it to fill with air, blood, or fluid, and respiratory function is affected. Sometimes fluid is removed for laboratory study, and sometimes anti-cancer medications are injected into the pleural sac. After the procedure, which takes only a few minutes, the client is checked frequently for shortness of breath, dyspnea, cough, sputum, c. P946, chest pain, cyanosis, vital sign changes, and other respiratory signs and symptoms. Pulmonary function tests that measure the amount of air moving into and out of the lungs, volume, and how much air the lungs can hold, capacity. The client takes as deep a breath as possible and, using a mouthpiece, blows into a machine. The tests are used to evaluate clients at risk for lung diseases or postoperative lung complications and to measure the progress of lung disease and its treatment. Arterial blood gases, ABGs, the puncturing of a radial or femoral artery to obtain arterial blood and measure the amount of oxygen in it. Hemorrhage from the artery must be prevented, so pressure is applied to the artery for at least 5 minutes after the procedure and longer if the client has blood clotting problems. You are likely to assist with pulse oximetry and to collect sputum specimens, see P948. Both procedures may provide the physician with information about the state of the client's respiratory system. Pulse oximetry. A pulse oximeter is a device used to measure, meter, oxygen, oxy, concentration in arterial blood as well as to measure pulse rate. Oxygen concentration is the amount, percent, of hemoglobin that contains oxygen. The normal range is 95% to 100%. For example, if 97% of all the hemoglobin carries O2, tissues get enough oxygen. If only 90% of the hemoglobin contains O2, tissues do not get enough oxygen to function. The pulse oximeter can detect low 945 oxygen levels before any signs or symptoms appear, and the measurements are used to prevent and treat hypoxia. A pulse oximeter, which consists of a computerized monitor and a sensor, probe, is a very delicate and expensive piece of equipment that should always be handled gently. Never drop or handle a pulse oximeter roughly, as doing so can affect the delicate sensors within it. Most employers now consider pulse oximetry a regular part of taking a client's vital signs, so the support worker should be aware of the correct method of attaching the pulse oximeter and reading it. See the procedure. Measuring the pulse and oxygen concentration using a pulse oximeter in Chapter 15. The sensor is attached to the client's finger, toe, nose, earlobe, or forehead. Figure 41 to 20. Two light beams on one side of the sensor pass through the tissues. A detector on the other side measures the amount of light passing through the tissues. Using this information, the oximeter measures O2 concentration, and the value and pulse rate are displayed on the monitor. Oximeters have alarms, which sound if O2 concentration is low, if the pulse is too fast or too slow, or if other measurable problems occur. Figure 41 to 20. A. The sensor tubing is supplied in individual packages. One end of the tubing is attached to the pulse oximeter, and the other end is then clipped over the client's nail bed. B. A pulse oximeter sensor attached to a finger. Small, handheld oximeter units are available for home use. Usually, the client's oxygen concentration and vital signs are measured simultaneously. Because the device is portable and used for many clients, you must test its accuracy. After applying the sensor, check the client's radial pulse and compare it with the displayed pulse. The pulse rates should be the same. Selecting the ideal sensor site on the client is important. Your supervisor or the care plan will tell you which site to use based on the client's condition. Swollen sites and sites with skin breaks should be 946 avoided. Because aging and vascular disease often cause poor circulation, blood flow to the fingers or toes is sometimes poor. In such a case, the earlobe, nose, or forehead site is used. Bright light, nail polish, artificial nails, and movements can affect measurement accuracy. To prevent inaccurate readings, place a towel over the sensor to block out bright light, remove the client's nail polish or use another site, and do not use a finger site if the client wears artificial nails. Movements from shivering, seizures, or tremors affect finger sensors. The earlobe is a better site if a client has these problems. Blood pressure cuffs affect blood flow, so if using a finger site, do not measure blood pressure on that side. Report and record measurements accurately. Use the abbreviation SpO2, S equals saturation, P equals pulse, O2 equals oxygen, when recording the oxygen saturation value. Also, report and record the following: the date and time, what the client was doing at the time of measurement, oxygen flow rate and the device used, reason for the measurement, routine or change in the client's condition. Other observations, such as the client's cooperation with wearing the pulse oximeter. Pulse oximetry does not replace good observations. The client's condition can change rapidly. Observe for signs and symptoms of hypoxia, such as a change in the client's behavior or ability to comprehend instructions, which can signal a drop in the client's SpO2 level. Collecting sputum specimens. Respiratory disorders cause the lungs, bronchi, and trachea to secrete mucus. Mucus from the respiratory system is called sputum when expectorated, expelled, through the mouth. Note that sputum is not saliva, spit, which is a thin, clear liquid produced by the salivary glands in the mouth. Sputum specimens can be collected from clients in the community, in continuing care facilities, and in the hospital. Sputum specimens
Madam
are studied
Ondet
for
ko,
blood,
salamat.
microbes, and abnormal cells. For this test, the client must cough up sputum from the bronchi and trachea, not saliva from the mouth. Doing so can often be painful and hard to do. Specimens should be collected in the morning because secretions are more easily coughed up upon awakening. The client should rinse the mouth only with water to decrease saliva and remove food particles. Instruct the client not to use mouthwash before the procedure because it can destroy some of the microbes in the mouth and give a false reading. Ensure that the client has privacy for this procedure. The procedure can be embarrassing for the client, 947, as the sputum is unpleasant to look at, and the coughing and expectorating sounds may disturb others nearby. If possible, collect the specimen when the roommate or family members are out of the room. Cover the specimen container, and place it in a bag in order to keep the contents out of sight. Always follow standard practices. See Chapter 23,
On
when
this
collecting a sputum specimen.
vlogger in Canada. Thank you.
Postural drainage. Some clients do not have the strength to cough up sputum, so the nurse or respiratory therapist places them in a certain position to allow secretions to drain by gravity. Gravity causes fluids to flow downward. Coughing is then made easier for them after postural drainage. The client is positioned in such a way that a lung part is at a higher level than the airway. Figure 41 to 21. Positioning depends on the lung part that needs draining. Figure 41 to 21. Some positions used for postural drainage. Note, a nurse or respiratory therapist is responsible for postural drainage. Do not place the client in these positions without supervision. A. Draining the right upper lobe. B. Draining the right middle lobe. C. Draining the right lower lobe. Source: Potter, P.A., Perry, A.G., Rosker, J.C., ETAL, 2014. Canadian Fundamentals of Nursing, Concepts, Process, and Practice, 5th ed. Toronto, on Elsevier. If it is within your scope of practice for your province or your agency, you may have to assist with postural drainage. Do not attempt to position the client without supervision. See the Focus on Children, Assisting with Treatments box. Report and record the following observations after collecting a sputum specimen. The time the specimen was collected. The amount of sputum collected. How easily the client coughed up the sputum. The consistency of the sputum. Focus on children. Assisting with treatments. Breathing treatments and suctioning are often needed to obtain sputum specimens from infants and small children. The nurse or respiratory therapist gives the breathing treatment, and the nurse suctions the trachea for the sputum specimen. The infant or child is likely to be uncooperative during suctioning. You can assist by comforting the child. You might be asked to hold the child's head and arms still. Collecting a sputum specimen. Advocate on behalf of the client's quality of life by promoting dignity, independence, preferences, privacy, safety. See Box 1 to 4, on P17. Pre-procedure. 1. Identify the client, according to employer policy. This eliminates the possibility of mistaking one client for another. 2. Explain the procedure to the client. 3. Practice proper hand hygiene. 4. Collect the following supplies: sputum specimen container and label, laboratory requisition, disposable bag, gloves, mask, if needed, tissues, cup of water, kidney basin. By collecting all the necessary equipment beforehand, you will not have to leave your client's side and can eliminate wasting time and energy in obtaining the forgotten equipment. 5. Label the specimen container. It is easier and cleaner to do this before the container is used. 6. Provide for privacy. If able, the client can go into the bathroom for the procedure. Procedure. 7. Put on gloves. Put on a mask. This decreases the risk for pathogen spread. 8. Ask the client to rinse the mouth with clear water. If the client is in bed, offer a glass of water and allow the client to spit into the kidney basin. This removes food particles or medications that may be present in the client's mouth. 9. Have the client hold the container. Only the outside can be touched. The inside of the container is sterile. Touching it will contaminate it. 10. Ask the client to cover the mouth and nose with tissues when coughing. This decreases the risk for pathogen spread. 11. Ask the client to take 2 or 3 deep breaths and cough up the sputum. Taking 2 or 3 breaths first will fill the lungs with enough oxygen to initiate a deep cough. 12. Have the client expectorate directly into the specimen container. See Figure 41 to 22. Sputum should not touch the outside. This decreases the risk for pathogen spread. Figure 41 to 22. 13. Collect 15 to 30 milliliters, ml, 1 to 2 tablespoons, of sputum unless you have been told to collect more. This is the required amount for a sputum test. 14. Put the lid on the container. Do not touch the inside of the lid. This traps the contents and keeps them intact. 15. Place the container in the bag. Attach the requisition to the bag. This ensures the correct lab test will be applied to the sample. 16. Remove your gloves. Remove your mask. Dispose of them in the appropriate container. 17. Practice proper hand hygiene. Post-procedure. 18. Provide for safety and comfort. 19. Place the call bell within reach. Asterisk. This provides an easy, safe way for the client to contact the staff if necessary. 20. Remove privacy measures. 21. Practice proper hand hygiene. 22. Take the bag to the appropriate area. This is to ensure proper follow-up of the sample. 23. Practice proper hand hygiene. Report and record your actions and observations, according to employer policy. This is done for legal reasons and to keep the rest of the healthcare team informed. Asterisk steps marked with an asterisk may not apply in community settings. Artificial airways. Artificial airways keep the airway patent open and are used in the following circumstances. The airway is obstructed from disease, injury, secretions, or aspiration. The client is semi-conscious or unconscious. The client is recovering from anesthesia. The client needs mechanical ventilation. 949. Types of artificial airways. Intubation is the process of inserting an artificial airway. Artificial airways are usually plastic and disposable and come in adult, pediatric, and infant sizes. The following airways are commonly used. Oropharyngeal airway inserted through the mouth and into the pharynx. Figure 41-23, A. A nurse, paramedic, or respiratory therapist inserts the airway, usually in a hospital or, in an emergency situation, on the way to a hospital. Figure 41-23. Artificial airways. A. Oropharyngeal airway. B. Nasopharyngeal airway. C. Endotracheal tube. D. Tracheostomy tube. Nasopharyngeal airway inserted through a nostril and into the pharynx. Figure 41-23, B. A nurse, paramedic, or respiratory therapist inserts the airway, usually in a hospital or, in an emergency situation, on the way to a hospital. Endotracheal, ET, tube inserted through the mouth or nose and into the trachea. Figure 41-23, C. A physician, a nurse with special training, or a paramedic with special training inserts it using a lighted scope. A balloon, called a cuff, at the end of the tube is inflated to keep the airway in place. Tracheostomy tube inserted through a surgical incision, ostomy, into the trachea, trachea. Figure 41-23, D. Some tubes have cuffs, the cuff is inflated to keep the tube in place. Tracheostomies are done by a physician in both emergency and non-emergency situations, they can be either temporary or permanent. Care of a client with an artificial airway. Clients with an artificial airway are normally cared for in a hospital setting until they are able to be at home, and, as the support worker, you are given directions by a nurse. The client's vital signs need to be checked often, and the client must be observed for hypoxia and other respiratory signs and symptoms. The client needs frequent oral hygiene, as the 950 oral mucous membranes may become dried and cracked. Your supervisor and the care plan will tell you when and how to perform oral hygiene. If an airway comes out or is dislodged, you need to tell your supervisor immediately. Talking is hard with oropharyngeal and nasopharyngeal airways. Clients with ET tubes cannot speak, but some tracheostomy tubes allow clients to speak. Paper and pencils, magic slates, communication boards, and hand signals can all be used to communicate. Follow the care plan. Gagging and choking sensations are common with artificial airways. Comfort and reassure the client. Remind the client that the airway helps breathing. Use touch to show you care. Tracheostomies. Tracheostomy is a surgically created opening, ostomy, through the neck into the trachea. A tracheostomy tube is usually inserted through this opening, and the client breathes through the tracheostomy tube. A humidifier attachment may be needed for about 1 month after tracheostomy surgery because the trachea is now exposed to drier air. Types of tracheostomies. Tracheostomies can be temporary or permanent, depending on the client's circumstances. In temporary situations, tracheostomies may have been inserted because of a severe breathing crisis or blockage. In permanent cases, airway structures have been surgically removed, along with the client's larynx and epiglottis. Clients who have head and neck cancers, severe airway trauma, or brain injury may require permanent tracheostomies. Generally, a surgeon will consider a tracheostomy only when there is no other option. See the Focus on Children, Congenital Conditions box. Certain groups, for example, babies, smokers, and older adults, are more vulnerable to complications following a tracheostomy. The long-term care of clients depends on whether the tracheostomy tube is temporary or permanent. If it is temporary, it will be removed when no longer needed, and the incision will be allowed to heal closed, leaving a small scar in the neck area. If the tracheostomy is permanent, the hole, stoma, will stay open. However, the opening tends to narrow with time, and further surgery may be needed to widen it. The outer tracheostomy tube needs to be changed every few months, and the site is inspected at each change. The client may be referred to a speech pathologist for alternative means of communication. Focus on Children. Congenital conditions. Some children are born with congenital means present at birth, conditions, and some of these conditions affecting the neck and airway require tracheostomies.